Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. While helping clean out a courthouse basement, I stumbled across a filing cabinet with no label. It was locked, but curiosity won. Inside, dozens of mugshots, some old, some new, all marked unresolved. I flipped through them until one made my heart stop. It was me. Same face, same scar over the eyebrow, but the clothes were unfamiliar and the date on the form didn't match anything I'd done. The charges were violent, too violent. The worst part, fingerprints matched mine. I never got arrested, at least I don't remember it. The basement air had grown thick with dust and the metallic scent of old filing cabinets. My hands shook as I held the photograph, studying every detail of that face that was undeniably mine yet somehow foreign. The shirt in the photo was wrinkled, dark blue with a small tear near the collar. I own nothing like it. The expression on my face was hollow, defeated in a way I'd never seen myself before. I checked the case number against the other files in the drawer. The pattern was consistent, all cases from the same period, all marked with the same red stamp, insufficient evidence. But my file was thicker than the others, containing witness statements, medical reports, and photographs that made my stomach turn. The victim had been found in a residential area, beaten so severely that identification took several attempts. The report mentioned DNA evidence, but those pages were missing from my file. Walking back to my car that evening, I noticed how the streetlights cast shadows differently, how every sound seemed amplified. I drove home in silence, the photograph tucked inside my jacket pocket like a secret I couldn't bear to share. At home, I searched through old boxes, looking for anything that might explain the clothes I'd been wearing in that mugshot. Nothing matched, not even close. The next morning, I called in sick to work and drove to the records office. The clerk, a woman with tired eyes and ink-stained fingers, helped me search through booking logs from that period. My name appeared 3 times in the system, but only 2 arrests showed up in the physical records. The 3rd entry had been digitally removed, leaving only a timestamp and a case number that matched the file I'd found. I spent the following days retracing my steps from that time period, checking old receipts, calling friends who might remember where I'd been. The responses were strange. People seemed hesitant to talk about that specific time frame, as if they were trying to protect me from something. One friend mentioned that I'd seemed different back then, distant and troubled, but couldn't provide specifics. The breakthrough came when I found a receipt in an old wallet for a dry cleaner I'd never heard of. The date matched the arrest record perfectly. I drove to the location, expecting to find the business closed, but it was still operating. The owner, an elderly man with careful eyes, recognized me immediately. He handed me a plastic bag containing a dark blue shirt with a tear near the collar. "You never came back for this," he said quietly. "The police brought it in as evidence, but the case was dropped. They said you could pick it up whenever you wanted." I held the shirt up to the light, examining the fabric. It smelled faintly of something I couldn't identify, not cologne, not detergent, but something organic and unsettling. The tear was precise, as if made by something sharp. Blood stains had been professionally cleaned, but I could still make out faint brown marks around the collar. That night I called the detective whose name appeared on the case file. He was retired, but agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. He arrived looking older than his years, with the kind of exhaustion that comes from seeing too much. When I showed him the photograph, his expression changed immediately. "You really don't remember, do you?" he asked, stirring his coffee with mechanical precision. The case was closed because the victim recanted their statement. said they made it all up. But I've been doing this for 30 years, and I know when someone's lying to protect someone else. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. The problem is the evidence was solid. Your fingerprints were on the scene, your DNA was under the victim's fingernails, and 3 witnesses placed you there. But when we brought you in, you seemed genuinely confused, like you had no idea what we were talking about. I asked him about the missing DNA pages from my file. He shook his head slowly. Those weren't missing. They were removed by order of the district attorney. The victim's family had connections, and they wanted the whole thing to disappear. The official story became that you were never formally charged. Walking back to my car, I felt the weight of the shirt in my hands and the photograph in my pocket. The detective's words echoed in my mind. You seemed genuinely confused. But confusion doesn't explain away physical evidence. It doesn't erase fingerprints or DNA. At home, I stood in front of my bathroom mirror, studying my reflection. The scar over my eyebrow was there, just as it appeared in the mugshot. But when I tried to remember how I got it, the memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in my hands. I'd always told people it was from a childhood accident, but now I couldn't recall the details of that story. The victim's name was in the file, but when I searched for any current information, I found nothing. No social media profiles, no public records, no trace of them existing beyond that single incident report. It was as if they'd vanished completely after the case was closed. I began visiting the neighborhood where the incident allegedly occurred, walking the same streets, hoping something would trigger a memory. The houses looked familiar in a way that made my skin crawl, but I couldn't pinpoint why. One evening, an elderly woman approached me while I was standing on the corner where the attack had supposedly taken place. "You're back," she said simply, as if my presence confirmed something she'd been expecting. "I told them you'd return eventually. They always do." When I asked what she meant, she just shook her head and walked away. But her words stayed with me, echoing in the quiet moments when I tried to sleep. They always do, as if this wasn't the first time someone had come looking for answers about that night. The more I investigated, the more questions arose. The case file contained inconsistencies that professional investigators should have caught. Witness statements that contradicted each other in subtle but significant ways. Time stamps that didn't align with the physical evidence. And through it all, my own role remained a mystery even to myself. I still carry that photograph with me, tucked inside my wallet like a reminder of something I might have done or might have been capable of doing. The shirt hangs in my closet, a piece of evidence from a crime I can't remember committing. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, wondering if the memories are hidden somewhere in my mind, waiting to surface when I'm finally ready to face them. The truth is, I may never know what really happened that night, whether I was guilty, innocent, or something more complicated than either. But the photograph doesn't lie, and neither do fingerprints. The only question that remains is whether I'm investigating a crime or trying to forget one. Crime 2, I received a letter, no return address, confessing in detail to a violent crime from years ago. A crime I never shared with anyone, a crime that technically no one should have known about, but here it was described perfectly down to the smallest scratch on the victim's cheek. The confession wasn't asking for forgiveness, it was gloating, and the final sentence read, "Thanks for teaching me everything. You were the perfect mentor." I burned the letter, but now someone's watching me. Just like I used to. The paper had been cheap, the kind you buy at any convenience store, but the handwriting was careful, deliberate. Each letter formed with precision, like someone who had practiced writing this confession over and over. The ink was black, but not fresh. It had that slightly faded quality that comes from sitting in an envelope for weeks, maybe months, before being delivered. I had been working late that evening when the letter arrived. No knock, no doorbell, just the soft whisper of paper sliding under my door. The silence that followed felt heavier than usual, pressing against my eardrums like water. I remember the way my coffee had gone cold while I read, the ceramic mug growing clammy in my palm. The confession described things I had never documented, things I had never spoken aloud, the victim's habit of wearing mismatched socks, the way the light from the street lamp had cast shadows across the wall, the smell of vanilla candles that had been burning in the apartment, their sweet scent mixing with something else, something metallic and wrong. I had been investigating that case for months, not officially, of course. The police had closed it, filed it away under unsolved with dozens of others, but something about it had stayed with me, burrowing into my thoughts like a splinter. The victim had been found in their apartment, no signs of forced entry, no witnesses, no leads, just a life cut short and a door that had been left slightly ajar. I had visited the building multiple times, spoken to neighbors, studied the crime scene photos until my eyes burned. I had walked the same routes the victim might have taken, sat in the same coffee shop they frequented, tried to understand their final days. But I had never shared my findings with anyone. I had kept detailed notes, but they were locked in a drawer in my home office, and I was certain no one else had access to them. The letter writer knew about the photograph that had been tucked behind the victim's mirror, a photograph the police had missed, one I had discovered during my own careful examination of the scene. It showed the victim with someone else, both smiling, both young. The photograph had been torn at the edge, as if someone had been cut out of it deliberately. They knew about the key that had been hidden under the loose floorboard near the kitchen. They knew about the journal entries that had been written in a code the victim had created, entries that spoke of fear, of someone watching, of feeling unsafe in their own home. They knew about the prescription bottles that had been moved from the bathroom to the kitchen counter, suggesting the victim had been taking medication more frequently in their final days. But most disturbing of all, they knew about my own methods, the way I had reconstructed the timeline, the questions I had asked neighbors, the specific details I had focused on. It was as if someone had been watching me investigate, learning from my techniques, studying my approach. I began to notice things after burning the letter. A car that appeared on my street too often, always parked in a different spot, but always within view of my house. The feeling of being observed when I walked to the corner store. The way conversations would stop when I entered a room, as if people had been talking about me. I started keeping my own journal, documenting these observations. But each entry felt like I was writing evidence against myself. The line between investigator and suspect was blurring in ways that made my skin crawl. I found myself checking locks twice, drawing curtains earlier in the evening, taking different routes to work. The victim's case file had mentioned a mentor figure, someone who had taught them about personal safety and awareness. The police had never identified this person, assuming it was a casual acquaintance or perhaps a self-defense instructor. But now I wondered if this mentor had been real, if they had been watching, learning, waiting. I returned to the victim's apartment building, but this time I wasn't looking for clues about the crime. I was looking for signs of surveillance, for evidence that someone had been watching me investigate. The building's security cameras had been broken for months, but I noticed new scratches on the fire escape, fresh gouges in the paint that suggested someone had been climbing up and down regularly. The neighbor who had always been friendly, always willing to chat about the case, suddenly seemed evasive. They avoided eye contact, gave short answers, seemed nervous when I asked about unusual activity in the building. I began to wonder if they had been feeding information to someone else, if my investigation had been compromised from the beginning. I found myself questioning every interaction, every conversation I had had about the case. Had I been too trusting? Had I shared details without realizing it? The weight of doubt pressed down on me like a physical thing, making it hard to breathe, hard to think clearly. The letter writer had used the word mentor deliberately. They wanted me to understand that I had been teaching someone, that my methods had been absorbed and turned into something else. But I couldn't remember mentoring anyone. I couldn't remember sharing my investigative techniques with anyone who might have used them for harm. Unless I had been wrong about everything, unless the person I had been looking for had been closer than I realized, unless the student had been watching the teacher all along, waiting for the right moment to reveal what they had learned. The truth was becoming something I couldn't face. The possibility that my investigation had created the very thing I had been trying to solve, that my careful attention to detail had been noticed by someone who had learned from my methods and applied them in ways I had never intended. I stopped investigating the case. I locked my notes away and tried to forget about the letter, but the watching continued. The feeling of being observed grew stronger, and I began to understand that some confessions aren't meant to clear the conscience. They're meant to share the guilt. The victim had been afraid of someone watching them. Now I was afraid of someone watching me. The circle was closing in ways I had never anticipated, and I was no longer sure which side of the investigation I was on. Crime 3, when I moved in, the landlord said not to worry about the basement. Just storage, he mumbled, but curiosity is louder than advice. The door was covered in thick nails, reinforced from the outside. I pried it open. Cold air, concrete stairs, and on the walls carvings, hundreds of tally marks, scratchings that looked like prayers or curses. In the center, a mattress, stained and decaying, and a single photograph taped to the ceiling, me standing outside the house, taken from behind. The photograph shouldn't have existed. I'd only viewed the property once before signing the lease, and that was my first time at this address. Yet there I was, captured in perfect clarity, my jacket unmistakable, my posture frozen in a moment I couldn't remember being photographed. The angle suggested someone had been watching from an upstairs window, waiting. I left the basement that first day with shaking hands and locked the door behind me. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak in the house felt intentional. Every shadow seemed to shift with purpose. The next morning, I called the landlord. His phone went straight to voicemail. I tried the rental agency. They claimed no knowledge of the property or my lease agreement. The papers I'd signed bore an address that, according to their records, didn't exist. Research became my obsession. I spent days at the public library, digging through newspaper archives and police reports. The house had a history, though the details were fragmented, scattered across decades of incomplete records. 3 different families had lived here before me. Each had left suddenly, without forwarding addresses or explanations. The pattern was consistent. Normal families moving in, then vanishing within months, leaving behind furniture, personal belongings, sometimes even cars in the driveway. The tally marks haunted my thoughts. I counted them repeatedly, finding new scratches each time I descended those concrete steps. They weren't random. Groups of 5, methodically organized, as if someone had been tracking something over an extended period. Days, perhaps, or victims. The mattress told its own story through stains that had seeped deep into the fabric, permanent reminders of suffering I couldn't quite comprehend. I found the first letter wedged behind a loose brick in the basement wall. The handwriting was frantic, desperate. He comes when we sleep. The sound of his breathing fills the house. We tried to leave, but our car wouldn't start. The phones don't work. If someone finds this, please help us. No signature, no date, just terror crystallized in ink. More letters emerged as I searched methodically through every crack and crevice. Different handwriting, different families, same fear. The food spoils overnight. We hear footsteps in the walls. He knows when we're planning to escape. The children won't stop crying. Each message painted fragments of a nightmare that seemed to repeat itself with every new tenant. The basement yielded other secrets. Hidden cameras, their lenses so small they were nearly invisible, tucked into corners and crevices throughout the house. Some were modern, others looked decades old, suggesting a surveillance operation spanning generations. The wiring led to a concealed room behind the water heater, where monitors and recording equipment sat covered in dust. Hard drives filled shelves, each labeled with dates going back 20 years. I selected a random drive and connected it to my laptop. Hours of footage revealed the truth I'd been unconsciously avoiding. The same person appeared in video after video, unchanged by the passing years, moving through the house with the familiarity of someone who belonged there. Not a stranger, not an intruder. The landlord, but younger than he'd appeared when I signed the lease, his face bearing the same features but lacking the wrinkles and gray hair I remembered. The recordings showed families arriving, unpacking, settling into routines. Then came the changes, food disappearing, personal items moved, sounds in the night. The families would huddle together, whispering about strange occurrences, planning their escape, but they never left. The videos showed them growing thin, paranoid, desperate. And then inevitably the recordings would end abruptly, leaving only empty rooms and the sound of footsteps moving through the house. My own recordings were there too, starting from the day I'd first toured the property. I watched myself signing the lease, moving in my belongings, discovering the basement door. But there were other clips, ones I hadn't known were being captured. Me sleeping, eating, showering, living my private life under constant observation. And in the corner of every frame, a timestamp showing dates from before I'd even known this house existed. The realization hit me as I sat in that hidden room, surrounded by evidence of systematic predation spanning decades. The photograph in the basement hadn't been taken after I moved in. It had been taken before I knew this place existed, during a period of my life I couldn't remember, wearing clothes I didn't recognize. The landlord hadn't aged because these weren't recent recordings. They were old, very old, and I was in them. I climbed the basement stairs on unsteady legs, my mind struggling to process what I'd discovered. In the kitchen, I found a mirror and stared at my reflection. The face looking back was familiar yet foreign, younger than I remembered, bearing features that seemed to shift as I watched. My hands trembled as I reached for my identification, for any proof of who I was supposed to be. The wallet in my pocket contained cards with my name, but the photographs were wrong. The person in my driver's license looked similar but different, as if someone had tried to recreate my appearance from memory. The birth date was decades off, placing me in an age range that felt impossible yet somehow accurate. I called my family, desperate for confirmation of my identity, my history, my reality. The numbers I dialed led to disconnected lines or people who claimed never to have heard my name. My memories felt increasingly unreliable, contaminated by images from the recordings I'd watched. Had I always lived in this house? Were the other families just elaborate fiction, designed to make me believe I was a victim rather than something else entirely? The basement door stands open now, its nails scattered on the floor where I dropped them. The tally marks continue to multiply, though I can't remember making them. The mattress bears fresh stains, though I sleep upstairs in what I believe is my bedroom, and the cameras keep recording, preserving moments of a life I'm no longer sure belongs to me. Sometimes I find new letters hidden in the walls, written in my handwriting, addressed to future tenants who may never come. They speak of a presence in the house, of being watched and hunted, of desperate attempts to escape a trap that might exist only in my imagination. But as I write these words, I hear footsteps in the basement, and I know that whoever finds this letter will understand the truth I'm finally beginning to accept. The landlord never left because the landlord never existed. The families who vanished were never really here. And the person writing this letter might not be real either, just another layer in a deception so complete that even the deceiver has forgotten the original truth. Crime 4, the gig paid well, no questions asked. Show up, clean up, forget it. Most jobs were disgusting but uneventful until I walked into one house that felt familiar. The layout, the furniture, even the photos, though the faces were scratched out. On the fridge was a grocery list written in my handwriting. In the trash, a broken phone with my voice on its recordings. I called the agency to double-check the address. They told me I was never assigned to that house. I never got paid for that job. I wish that were the scariest part. The silence in that kitchen was wrong, not the usual aftermath silence I was accustomed to, where death leaves its heavy fingerprint on everything. This was different. It felt like someone had pressed pause on a conversation, like words were still hanging in the air, waiting for me to remember them. I picked up the grocery list again, my handwriting without question. The slant of the letters, the way I crossed my T's, even the specific way I wrote the number 7 with that little line through it. Milk, bread, eggs, coffee. Basic items, but underneath those, in the same pen, other things. Bleach, plastic sheeting, rope. My hands started trembling as I held the paper. I'd cleaned enough scenes to know what those items meant when they appeared together on a shopping list found at a crime scene. But this was my handwriting, my list. The broken phone sat in pieces among coffee grounds and banana peels. I assembled it carefully, my gloves making the work clumsy. The screen was cracked but functional. When I pressed play on the voice messages, my own voice filled the kitchen. Calm, measured, giving someone directions to this very house. Explaining which key was hidden under which planter, describing the alarm code. I listened to myself speaking words I had no memory of saying. The voice was mine, but the tone was different, colder, more confident than I ever sounded in real life. I was telling someone where to find cleaning supplies, how to avoid the creaky floorboard near the bathroom, which neighbor was likely to be home during different parts of the day. The photos on the refrigerator showed a family, mother, father, 2 children, but every face had been carefully scratched out with what looked like a house key. Deep gouges in the photo paper, deliberate and thorough. The scratches followed the contours of faces as if someone had traced each feature before destroying it. I walked through the house, noting how familiar everything felt. The way the stairs curved, the placement of light switches, the view from the kitchen window. I knew without looking that the bathroom door stuck slightly when you tried to close it. I knew the 3rd step from the top creaked under weight. I knew these things, but I had never been in this house before. In the master bedroom, the cleaning work was standard. Blood spatter on walls, carpet that would need complete replacement, the usual markers of violence that had become routine in my line of work. But pinned to the bedroom mirror was a business card with my name on it. Not the company's card, a personal one I'd never seen before, with my name printed in elegant script and a phone number I didn't recognize. I called the number from my cell phone. It rang once, then connected to my own voicemail greeting, but not my current greeting. This was my voice from maybe 5 years ago, younger, more optimistic. The message said I was available for special cleaning services and discretionary work. It gave detailed rates for jobs that regular cleaning companies wouldn't touch. The basement held more questions, a workspace that looked like it had been used recently. Clean tarps folded neatly on metal shelving. Industrial-grade cleaning chemicals arranged in perfect rows. Tools I recognized from my legitimate work, but here they seemed to have served different purposes. Everything was organized exactly the way I would organize it. On the workbench, a notebook filled with my handwriting, pages and pages of addresses, times, detailed descriptions of houses and the people who lived in them. Security systems, daily routines, when families went on vacation. Information gathered through careful observation, written in my methodical style. The final entry was about the family whose photos were on the refrigerator upstairs. Their names, their schedules, their habits, where they kept spare keys, which doors they left unlocked when they were most vulnerable. But I had no memory of writing any of it. I photographed everything with my phone, then left the house exactly as I'd found it. The agency insisted they had no record of assigning me to that address. They seemed genuinely confused when I described the work site. According to their system, I hadn't worked in over a week. That night I went through my own apartment looking for evidence of this other life I seemed to be living. In my closet, clothes I didn't remember buying. Expensive items, the kind my legitimate cleaning work could never afford. In my kitchen drawer, business cards identical to the one I'd found at the house. My bank statements showed deposits I couldn't account for. Regular payments from sources I didn't recognize, always in cash, always round numbers. The amounts were substantial, enough to explain how I'd been affording my rent despite having fewer legitimate jobs lately. I started carrying a small recording device, hoping to catch myself in whatever I was doing during the hours I couldn't remember. But the recordings only captured normal activities. Going to work, coming home, sleeping. Nothing that explained the house, the handwriting, the voice messages. The police files on the family were inconclusive. Home invasion gone wrong, they said. No signs of forced entry. The perpetrator seemed to know the house intimately, knew exactly how to disable the security system, knew the family's routines well enough to avoid the neighbors. The investigation had gone cold. I kept returning to that house, using the key I somehow knew was hidden under the third planter from the left. Each time I found more evidence of my involvement, fingerprints that matched mine on surfaces the police had somehow missed, DNA evidence that would certainly match mine if tested, security camera footage from neighboring houses that showed someone with my build, my walk, my mannerisms. But I had no memory of any of it. The scariest part wasn't finding evidence of crimes I might have committed. The scariest part was realizing that somewhere in my mind I knew exactly what had happened in that house. I knew why those faces were scratched out of the photos. I knew what I'd done with the cleaning supplies I'd purchased. I knew why my voice was on that broken phone, giving instructions to someone whose identity I was beginning to suspect. The scariest part was starting to remember and wishing I could forget again. Crime 5, I discovered the first one behind the bathroom mirror, then another above the kitchen cabinet. No wires, no visible recording box, just tiny, silent eyes. I confronted the landlord. He denied everything but seemed nervous. The next day he was gone, I mean completely. His office empty, lease erased, no trace he'd ever managed the building. I checked the cameras again. One had a blinking light. I plugged it into my laptop. It had months of footage of me. But also of someone else, someone who walks through walls, someone still recording. The footage showed me brushing my teeth, making coffee, reading on the couch. Normal things, private things, but scattered throughout were clips of another figure. Tall, lean, moving through my apartment like they owned it, never when I was there, always when I was at work or sleeping. The timestamp showed the intruder had been coming for weeks. They knew my schedule better than I did. They'd sit in my chair, use my bathroom, eat food from my refrigerator. Sometimes they'd just stand in the center of my living room, perfectly still, staring at nothing for what felt like hours. I called the police. The officer who came was young, skeptical. He examined the cameras, took notes, asked about my relationship with the missing landlord. I told him we barely spoke. Monthly rent checks slipped under his office door. That was it. The officer suggested I change my locks, file a report, maybe stay somewhere else for a few days. But I couldn't leave, not yet. I needed to understand who this person was and why they'd chosen my apartment. I installed my own cameras, hidden better than the landlord's amateur setup. Motion sensors on every door and window. I was going to catch them. The next morning, my new cameras had recorded nothing, but the old ones, the landlord's cameras, showed the intruder again. Same routine. Sitting in my chair, using my kitchen, standing motionless in my living room. How were they getting in without triggering my sensors? I reviewed the footage frame by frame. The intruder never touched a door handle, never opened a window. They simply appeared in one room, then another, as if the walls meant nothing to them. The camera angles made it impossible to see how they moved between spaces. I started staying awake, watching, waiting. My apartment felt different now. The air seemed thicker. Shadows lingered in corners they shouldn't. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned, nothing was there. Sleep became impossible. Coffee became my only friend. One evening, while reviewing footage, I noticed something disturbing. The intruder wasn't just using my space. They were rearranging things, moving books, adjusting picture frames, rotating objects exactly 90 degrees. Small changes I'd attributed to my own forgetfulness were actually their signature. They'd been marking their territory for months. I called the police again. This time they sent a detective, older, more thorough. She examined every camera, every piece of footage, every detail I'd documented. She asked about my mental health, my stress levels, whether I'd been drinking or taking medication. I showed her the evidence. She saw what I saw, but her expression suggested she was seeing something else entirely. The detective contacted the building management company. They had no record of my landlord, no employee matching his description, no lease agreement with my name on it. According to their files, my apartment had been vacant for over a year. The rent checks I'd been sliding under the door had been disappearing into an empty office. I sat in my apartment that night, surrounded by cameras, watching footage of someone who shouldn't exist, living in a space I apparently didn't legally occupy. The detective's words echoed in my mind. Sometimes the evidence we find tells us more about ourselves than the truth we're seeking. The intruder appeared on camera again that night, but this time they weren't alone. They were talking to someone off camera, gesturing, responding to questions I couldn't hear. Their lips moved in conversation with an invisible companion. Or maybe they were talking to me through the cameras, knowing I was watching. I unplugged every camera, old and new. The silence that followed was worse than the surveillance. At least when I was watching them, I felt like I had some control. Now I was just waiting, wondering if they were still there, still moving through my walls, still rearranging my life one small adjustment at a time. The detective called the next morning. She'd found something interesting. The building had a history. Previous tenants had reported similar experiences. Missing landlords, mysterious surveillance, intruders who seemed to exist only on camera. Each tenant had eventually left, convinced they were losing their mind. Each apartment had remained officially vacant. But here's what the detective didn't tell me, what I discovered myself. Every previous tenant had looked exactly like me. Same height, same build, same routine. The footage showed the same person, living the same life, making the same discoveries. The intruder wasn't visiting different apartments. They were visiting the same apartment over and over with different versions of the same person. I'm still here, still watching, still trying to understand. The cameras are plugged back in. The intruder still visits, but now I wonder if I'm the intruder walking through someone else's walls, sitting in someone else's chair, being watched by someone else's cameras. The footage is still recording. The question is, who's watching it? And who's walking through whose walls? Crime 6, they had the same height, build, even the same tattoo, but it wasn't them, not really. I knew the missing person better than anyone, and this wasn't right. The smile was too perfect, the speech too slow, too rehearsed. They remembered every detail, but none of the emotions. I confronted them in private. That's when they dropped the act, said they were only filling a role. Your report was too convincing. Someone had to step in. Since then, I've kept my door locked. But sometimes I hear two voices, mine and theirs, arguing behind the walls. The first thing I noticed was the coffee cup. Same brand, same chip on the handle where it had been dropped on concrete steps, but the way fingers wrapped around it was different, too careful, too deliberate, like someone concentrating on performing a simple task they'd practiced but never truly lived. I had filed the missing person report after discovering the apartment empty. No signs of struggle, no note, just the absence of someone who had promised to call but never did. The investigating officer took down my statement with the mechanical precision of someone who'd heard similar stories countless times before. Height, weight, distinguishing marks, last known whereabouts. I described the small scar above the left eyebrow, the way one shoulder sat slightly higher than the other, the habit of tapping fingers against surfaces when thinking. Then they returned, walking through the door as if nothing had happened, wearing the same clothes from the day they vanished, same shoes with the worn heel on the left foot, same silver watch that had stopped working months ago but was never removed. Everything matched my report perfectly. I should have felt relief. Instead, my stomach twisted into knots. The embrace felt wrong, too stiff, too measured, like someone following choreographed movements rather than expressing genuine emotion. I pulled back and searched their face. The features were identical down to the small mole near the corner of the mouth, but the eyes held no recognition of our shared memories, no warmth from years of inside jokes and quiet moments. When I asked about the disappearance, they offered explanations that sounded reasonable but felt hollow. Work stress, needed space, went to clear their head. The words came out smooth and practiced, lacking the natural hesitation of someone recalling genuine experiences. I tested them with questions only we would know the answers to. They responded correctly every time. Our first meeting place, the name of the restaurant where we celebrated anniversaries, the movie we watched repeatedly until we could recite every line. But they delivered these facts like reading from a script, without the emotional resonance that should have accompanied such intimate memories. The mannerisms were wrong too. The laugh came out forced and artificial. They held utensils differently while eating, walked with an unfamiliar gait as if consciously controlling each step. When they spoke, there was a slight delay before each response, like someone translating thoughts into words. I started taking notes, recording conversations, documenting the subtle differences between the person who had left and the one who returned. The handwriting on grocery lists looked similar but showed slight variations in letter formation. Phone calls with mutual friends went smoothly, but lacked the natural flow of established relationships. The more I observed, the more convinced I became that this was not the same person. Yet every objective measure contradicted my instincts. Fingerprints matched, dental records aligned, even small scars and birthmarks appeared in their correct locations. I confronted them during a quiet evening when we were alone, laid out my observations and suspicions. asked directly who they really were and what had happened to the person I knew. The facade cracked. The careful posture relaxed, the practiced smile faded. They looked at me with an expression I had never seen before, calculating, almost clinical. When they spoke, the voice carried a different cadence, more natural but completely unfamiliar. They explained that my missing person report had been too detailed, too convincing. Authorities became concerned about potential foul play. Someone needed to step in and provide closure. They had been selected for the role based on physical similarities and given extensive preparation. Photos, videos, personal history, behavioral patterns, everything necessary to convincingly portray someone they had never met. I asked what had happened to the original person. They claimed not to know. Their job was simply to return and maintain the illusion of a safe resolution, to satisfy the paperwork and close the case file. The conversation ended with them gathering their belongings and leaving again. This time I didn't file another report. But the questions remained. Who authorized such an elaborate deception? How many others were involved? What truly happened to the person who disappeared? And most disturbing of all, if this replacement was so thoroughly prepared, how many other missing persons had been similarly substituted without anyone noticing? I changed the locks on my doors, installed additional security measures, started questioning the authenticity of everyone around me. How many people in my life might not be who they claim to be? The paranoia grew when I began hearing sounds through the walls, muffled conversations that seemed to involve two distinct voices. One I recognized as my own, the other belonged to the person who had briefly returned. They appeared to be arguing about something, though I could never make out the specific words. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the entire encounter. Perhaps grief and worry had created elaborate delusions to explain an unexplainable disappearance. Maybe the person who returned was genuine, and my suspicions were symptoms of my own deteriorating mental state. But late at night, when the house settles into silence, I still hear those voices, still feel the weight of unanswered questions, still wonder whether the person I reported missing was ever really missing at all, or if I was the one who had been replaced without realizing it. The missing person case remains officially closed. The replacement never returned. And I continue to live with the knowledge that some truths are too dangerous to pursue, too disturbing to fully understand, and too real to dismiss as imagination. Crime 7, I collect old books and documents. One day I bought a dusty journal from an estate sale. The handwriting was tight, neat, deliberate. The last 10 pages described a murder in detail, a very specific murder with location, method, and motive. 2 days later, that exact murder was on the news. Same victim, same circumstances. I turned the journal in anonymously, but now new pages keep appearing in it. Blank when I go to sleep, full of crimes when I wake up. Sometimes the victim looks familiar. The smell hit me first when I opened the journal again that morning. Not paper and dust like before, but something metallic, sharp. My fingers traced the fresh ink on page 47. The handwriting was the same, but the words were different. A woman's name I didn't recognize, an address I'd never heard of, and a description of how she would die. The precision was unsettling. The writer knew about a birthmark on her shoulder, the way she always locked her car twice, how she kept her keys in the third pocket of her purse. I closed the journal and walked to the kitchen, trying to shake the feeling that something was watching me. The coffee tasted bitter that morning. Everything tasted bitter. My hands trembled as I turned on the radio, searching for news stations. Nothing yet, but I knew there would be. There always was. I decided to find her before it happened. The address was across town, in a neighborhood where the houses looked tired and the lawns needed attention. I parked 3 blocks away and walked, my heart beating against my ribs like a trapped bird. The house matched the description perfectly. Green shutters, cracked driveway, a garden gnome missing its hat. She emerged from the front door carrying a canvas bag, exactly as the journal had described. Brown hair pulled back, wearing a blue cardigan with small pearl buttons. The birthmark on her shoulder was visible where her shirt had slipped. She walked to her car, a sedan that had seen better years, and locked it once, then twice. I followed her to the grocery store, staying far enough back that she wouldn't notice, but close enough to see her movements. She bought milk, bread, and apples. She paid with exact change. She smiled at the cashier and wished her a pleasant day. She was real, breathing, alive, unaware that someone had already written her death. Back home, I stared at the journal. The pages felt warm under my fingertips. I called the police, but how do you explain something like this? They took my information politely, asked if I'd been taking any medication, suggested I speak to someone about stress. That evening, the news confirmed what I already knew. They found her in the parking lot behind the grocery store. The details matched perfectly, every single one. I started sleeping with the journal locked in a metal box, but it didn't matter. The pages still appeared. Different handwriting sometimes, but always the same precision, the same intimate knowledge of people's final moments. A man who collected vintage coins, a woman who taught piano lessons, a teenager who worked at the hardware store. I tried destroying the journal once. I held it over the kitchen sink and struck a match. The flame went out before it touched the paper. I tried scissors, but they wouldn't cut through the binding. I took it to a friend who owned a paper shredder. The machine jammed and broke. The journal wanted to stay intact. I began to study the patterns. The crimes always happened within a week of appearing in the journal. The victims were ordinary people living ordinary lives until they weren't. No connection between them that I could find. Different ages, different backgrounds, different parts of town. But there was something else, a detail that took me weeks to notice. I was in every single scene. Not directly, but there, a figure in the background of the grocery store, a car parked across the street, a shadow moving past a window. The writer knew I would be there because the writer had seen me there. The realization hit me while I was reading about the piano teacher. She lived in an apartment above a bookstore, and the journal described how I would walk past her window every morning on my way to buy coffee. It mentioned the way I always looked up at her window, how I carried a brown leather bag, how I wore the same coat every day. The writer was writing about me as much as the victims. I stopped going outside except when absolutely necessary. I changed my routines, took different routes, avoided places the journal might have mentioned. But the crimes kept happening, and I kept appearing in them, drawn by some invisible thread to witness what I'd already read. The police started asking questions. Too many coincidences. Too many crime scenes where security cameras caught a figure in a familiar brown coat. They didn't have enough evidence to arrest me, but they had enough to make me a person of interest. I moved the journal to different hiding places around the house, but it always found its way back to my bedside table. Sometimes I would wake up with ink stains on my fingers, though I never remembered touching the pages. The handwriting in the journal started to look familiar, not just similar to other entries, but familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. I compared it to my own writing, to old grocery lists and letters I'd written. The loops were different, the slant was wrong, but there was something underneath, something that made me think of looking in a mirror and seeing a stranger's face looking back. I stopped reading the new entries. I would flip through the journal quickly, not letting myself focus on the words, but I couldn't help catching fragments. Names I almost recognized, places I thought I'd been before, details that felt like memories I couldn't quite reach. The last entry appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up and the journal was open on my chest, ink still wet on the page. This time the handwriting was definitely mine. Every letter, every curve, every imperfection matched perfectly. The victim's name was my own. The description was precise, intimate, correct down to the scar on my left hand, and the way I always counted to 7 before locking my front door. It described my morning routine, my coffee order, the route I would take to the library that afternoon. It described how I would die and when and where. But most disturbing of all, it described how I would write about it beforehand, in a journal I'd bought at an estate sale, with handwriting that looked like someone else's until it didn't. The entry ended with a single line that made my blood freeze. He never realized he was writing his own confession. I sit here now, pen in hand, adding words to a story that's already been written. The ink flows smoothly across the page, forming letters I don't remember deciding to make. Outside, the afternoon is fading into evening, and soon it will be time to walk to the library. I know what will happen there, I've read it already, but I also know I'll go anyway because the story demands it, because the journal demands it, because some part of me that I don't understand demands it. The confession was written before the crime happened, but I'm beginning to suspect that the crime happened before the confession was written, in some endless loop where effect precedes cause and the observer is always the observed. My hand is moving across the page now without my permission, writing words I haven't thought yet. The handwriting is changing, becoming tighter, neater, more deliberate. Just like the journal said it would. Crime 8, an email invited me to an interview. No company name, just an address. I went out of curiosity. Inside, bare walls, one desk, one chair. The man already knew my name, background, even secrets I never typed online. He said I was ideal for the field work. No specifics, just a signature page. I didn't sign. He smiled anyway. I tried to leave, but the door was gone. I woke up in my own bed, unsure how I got there. On my nightstand, a badge with my name. And the word operative. The badge felt cold between my fingers, heavier than it should have been for something so thin. The metal had a strange texture, almost organic, like it had been worn smooth by countless hands before mine. I turned it over, searching for manufacturer marks, serial numbers, anything that might explain its origin. Nothing, just my name etched in perfect block letters and that single word beneath it. I spent the following days retracing my steps, trying to piece together what had happened after that strange interview. The building where I'd met the man was still there, but when I returned it was empty. No furniture, no trace of the sparse office I remembered. The landlord, a woman with tired eyes and paint-stained fingers, insisted the space had been vacant for months. She showed me the lease records, pointing to dates that didn't align with my memory. Her certainty unsettled me more than the empty room. The email that had started everything was gone from my inbox. I searched through deleted items, spam folders, even contacted my service provider. No record existed of any message from that address, yet I could still remember the subject line perfectly, the way the cursor had blinked as I typed my response confirming the interview. I began to question whether I had imagined the entire encounter. But the badge remained real, solid proof that something had occurred. I carried it with me everywhere, feeling its weight in my pocket like a constant reminder of questions I couldn't answer. Sometimes I caught myself rubbing it between my thumb and forefinger, the way you might worry a coin or a prayer bead. The habit formed without my conscious awareness, a nervous tic that emerged whenever I felt watched. The feeling of being observed became constant. Not paranoia exactly, but a persistent sense that someone was cataloging my movements, my choices, my reactions. I started noticing patterns in my daily life that I'd never paid attention to before. The same people appearing at the coffee shop, the grocery store, the bus stop, faces that seemed familiar but remained just out of reach of recognition. They never approached me, never made eye contact, but their presence felt deliberate. I began documenting everything. Photos of the strangers, notes about their behavior, maps of where our paths crossed. The data I collected painted a picture of surveillance so subtle it could have been coincidence. Almost certainly was coincidence, but the badge in my pocket whispered otherwise, reminding me that impossible things had already happened. My research led me to public records, employment databases, social media profiles. I was looking for any connection between myself and the man from the interview, any thread that might explain how he knew so much about my life. The search consumed me. I learned about data brokers, background check companies, the vast networks of information that flow beneath the surface of everyday life. Any of these could have provided the details he'd known about me. Yet none of it explained the specifics he'd mentioned. Childhood memories I'd never shared with anyone, fears I'd never articulated, dreams I'd recorded in journals that lived in locked drawers. The depth of his knowledge suggested something beyond standard information gathering. It suggested access to my most private thoughts, to experiences I'd kept sealed away from the world. I started visiting the locations he'd referenced during our brief conversation. The park where I'd broken my arm as a child, the restaurant where I'd had my first date, the hospital where my grandmother had died. At each place I felt that same watched sensation, as if my presence there was being noted, recorded, filed away for future reference. The weight of invisible eyes followed me everywhere. The people in my life began to notice changes in my behavior. Friends mentioned that I seemed distracted, paranoid even. Family members asked if I was feeling well, if work was stressing me out. I couldn't explain the badge, couldn't describe the interview that had no record of existing. My attempts to share the experience made me sound delusional, so I stopped trying. Instead, I focused on the one tangible clue I possessed. The badge itself became my obsession. I studied it under magnifying glasses, held it up to different light sources, even took it to a jeweler who specialized in metals analysis. The composition was unusual, an alloy that didn't match any standard manufacturing process. The jeweler, a meticulous man with thick glasses and steady hands, seemed uncomfortable discussing it. He returned the badge quickly, avoiding my eyes as he handed it back. His reaction troubled me. There had been recognition in his expression, a flash of understanding that he'd immediately suppressed. I pressed him for details, but he claimed he'd never seen anything like it before. His denial felt rehearsed, too quick and too certain. I left his shop with the distinct impression that I wasn't the first person to bring him such an item. The investigation took on a life of its own. I found myself drawn deeper into a world of speculation and uncertainty. Online forums dedicated to conspiracy theories, government accountability, missing persons cases. The stories I read there seemed to mirror my own experience in disturbing ways. Other people described similar encounters, mysterious job offers, unexplained knowledge of their personal histories. But these accounts felt too convenient, too perfectly aligned with my situation to be entirely credible. I began to suspect that my research was being monitored, that my search history was painting a picture of someone unstable, someone whose claims could be easily dismissed. The paranoia that had started as a whisper became a roar. Every coincidence felt orchestrated, every explanation insufficient. The badge in my pocket grew heavier with each passing day, a burden I couldn't set down. The man from the interview had mentioned field work, but he'd never specified what kind. I found myself wondering if I was already performing it, if my investigation into his identity was exactly what he'd intended. Perhaps the badge wasn't evidence of a crime but a tool, a way to drive me toward behaviors and discoveries that served some larger purpose. The thought chilled me more than any other possibility I'd considered. I tried to dispose of the badge once, dropping it into a storm drain during a rainstorm. The sound it made as it hit the metal grating below was sharp, final. I walked away feeling lighter, as if I'd broken free from whatever hold it had on me. But when I woke up the next morning, it was back on my nightstand, positioned exactly where I'd first found it. The impossibility of its return should have frightened me more than it did. Instead, I felt a strange sense of relief, as if an essential part of myself had been restored. The case remains open in my mind, a puzzle with pieces that don't fit together in any logical way. I carry the badge still, though I no longer examine it or show it to others. It's become part of me, a weight I've learned to bear without questioning its purpose. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about the man's smile, the way he'd seemed pleased by my refusal to sign his papers, as if my resistance had been exactly what he'd expected, what he'd hoped for. I still don't know what fieldwork he had in mind, what role he intended for me to play, but I suspect I'm performing it anyway, that every question I ask, every doubt I harbor, every sleepless night I spend wondering about the truth serves his purposes in ways I can't comprehend. The badge remains with me, silent and patient, waiting for whatever comes next in this game I never chose to play. Crime 9, not similar, identical, the same wallpaper, the same broken lamp, the same body position, every single detail from the dream I had the night before. I kept it to myself. But then the detective asked me something strange. "Did you have a dream last night?" I didn't answer. He nodded like he already knew. They usually find the sensitive ones first. I never told him anything, but now I get flashes, scenes that haven't happened yet, and I'm always standing over the body. The air in that apartment held a metallic taste that coated my tongue for days afterward. I was there as a witness, called in because I lived in the building across the street. The detective with the graying temples and tired eyes said they needed to speak with anyone who might have seen something unusual. I hadn't seen anything, at least not while I was awake. The victim lay sprawled beside an overturned coffee table, arms positioned at angles that suggested a struggle. But it was the wallpaper that made my stomach lurch, faded roses on cream background, peeling at the corners exactly where I remembered them peeling in my dream. The broken lamp beside the sofa, its ceramic base cracked in a spider web pattern, cast the same shadows I had witnessed in my sleep. I found myself studying the scene with an uncomfortable familiarity, as if I had been there before. The detective noticed my prolonged stare and approached with measured steps. His voice carried the weight of someone who had seen too much. "You're taking this in pretty carefully," he said, pen poised over his notepad. "Most people look away." I mumbled something about trying to be helpful, but my eyes kept returning to details that shouldn't have been familiar. The way sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds, creating parallel lines across the hardwood floor. The position of a coffee mug on the kitchen counter, handle turned toward the window. Even the smell, something floral mixed with cleaning solution, and something else I couldn't identify. That evening I sat in my own apartment trying to make sense of what had happened. I pulled out the journal I had started keeping after experiencing what I thought were particularly vivid dreams. The entry from the previous evening made my hands shake as I read it. Every detail was there, documented in my own handwriting before the crime had been discovered. The detective called me 3 days later. His voice sounded different over the phone, more careful. "I need you to come down to the station, just to clarify a few things about your statement." The station smelled like burnt coffee and industrial disinfectant. He led me to a small room with fluorescent lighting that buzzed overhead. On the table sat a manila folder and a digital recorder. "I've been doing this for 20 years, he began, settling into the chair across from me. "I've learned to pay attention to patterns that don't make sense at first glance." He opened the folder and spread out several photographs, crime scene photos from different cases, different locations. My chest tightened as I recognized elements from each scene, not everything, but enough to make my mouth go dry. "You've been present at 4 different crime scenes in the past 6 months, he continued. "Always as a witness, always someone who happened to be in the right place to be questioned." I started to protest, but he held up his hand. "I'm not accusing you of anything, but I need to understand what's happening here." He leaned forward, his expression shifting from investigative to something that looked almost like concern. "Tell me about the dreams." The words hung in the air between us. I hadn't mentioned dreams to anyone. The journal entries were private, locked away in my apartment. "How did you?" "Because you're not the first person I've encountered with this particular problem." He reached into the folder and pulled out a different set of documents, police reports but older, some dating back decades. "There's a pattern," he explained. "Individuals who report vivid dreams that later correspond to crime scenes. Sometimes the dreams happen before the crime is discovered, sometimes before it even occurs." My throat felt dry. "That's impossible." "Is it? You documented your dream about the apartment scene before we found the body. I obtained a warrant for your journal after noticing the pattern." The room seemed to tilt slightly. I gripped the edge of the table. "The person we found in that apartment had been dead for at least 12 hours before you called in your statement. Your journal entry was time-stamped 16 hours before that." He slid another photograph across the table, a different scene, but one I recognized with growing horror. I had dreamed about this one too, weeks ago. A basement with concrete walls and a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. "This crime hasn't been discovered yet," he said quietly, "but based on your pattern, we think it will be soon." The implications of his words settled over me like cold water. I wasn't just witnessing these scenes in dreams. I was somehow connected to them in a way that defied explanation. "There are others like you," he continued, "people who experience these visions. Most of them have learned to report the dreams before the crimes are discovered. It helps us get to the scenes faster, sometimes even prevent them." I thought about the basement image that had haunted my sleep the previous week. The smell of damp concrete and something metallic, the sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness. "What if I'm not just seeing them?" I whispered. "What if I'm somehow causing them?" The detective's expression didn't change, but I saw something flicker in his eyes. A recognition that suggested this question had been asked before. "That's what we need to figure out," he said, "because the dreams are getting more frequent, aren't they? More detailed." He was right. What had started as occasional unsettling dreams had become an almost nightly occurrence. Scenes of violence and aftermath that left me exhausted and disturbed. I had started avoiding sleep, which only made the visions more intense when they finally came. "I want you to keep documenting everything," he said, closing the folder. "But I also want you to call me immediately when you have one of these dreams, before you do anything else." As I left the station, the late afternoon sun felt harsh against my skin. People moved around me on the sidewalk, going about their normal lives, unaware of the conversation that had just taken place. That night I sat at my kitchen table with my journal open, pen in hand. The dream came before I even closed my eyes. The basement was clearer this time. I could see details I had missed before, a workbench against one wall, tools arranged in precise order, the sound of footsteps on stairs somewhere above. I wrote down everything, my hand moving across the page almost without conscious thought. When I finished, I stared at the words on the paper. This wasn't just a vision of something that might happen. It felt like a memory of something I had already experienced. I reached for my phone to call the detective, but hesitated. What if reporting these dreams made me complicit somehow? What if my involvement wasn't as passive as I wanted to believe? The basement scene felt too real, too immediate, as if I wasn't just observing from a distance, but standing in that space, breathing that stale air, hearing those footsteps approaching. I set the phone down without making the call. Some questions were too dangerous to ask, and some answers too frightening to hear. But the dreams would continue, and the crime scenes would be discovered, and I would always be there at the edge of each investigation, knowing too much and understanding too little. The journal entry stared back at me from the page, filled with details that shouldn't exist yet, but they would soon. Story 10, the wooden plank shifted under her weight, a slight movement that captured her attention. Bending down, she traced the edges of the loose board, sensing a hidden void beneath the surface. The floor was not as solid as it seemed. It held secrets in its depths. With cautious fingers, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space concealed beneath her new home. In the dim light, she made out a mattress, a chair, and in the shadows, a worn notebook filled with repetitions of a single name her own. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman as she peered into the darkness below. The fear in Sarah's eyes transcended mere surprise. It spoke of a violation, an intrusion into her sanctuary. "Do not disturb anything else." Detective Reed's voice, steady and composed, cut through the tension. She switched on her flashlight, casting light on the hidden chamber. The walls were adorned with photographed snapshots of Sarah going about her daily life, unaware of the unseen eyes that had followed her every move. It was a shrine of obsession, meticulously hidden beneath her very feet. Sarah had bought the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly man named Walter Green, a solitary figure who had passed away with no known kin. The property had lain empty for months before Sarah's arrival. The real estate listing had painted the picture of a charming fixer-upper, with no hint of the sinister secret lurking beneath its floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." The crime scene investigators descended upon the hidden chamber, their tools echoing against the wooden floors. They meticulously documented the evidence, eventually retrieving the mattress, chair, and ominous notebook. Forensic analysis uncovered a plethora of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green. What sent shivers down the investigators' spines was the realization that Walter had been observing Sarah for years, blending into her daily life without her ever suspecting his presence. This level of fixation tends to escalate, the department psychologist explained during a briefing. From fantasy to planning, the presence of the hidden room suggests he was preparing for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took a chilling turn when she interviewed Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center's maintenance department. The man, visibly uneasy, revealed Walter would mention her sometimes. He believed she resembled someone he knew. "I thought it was just harmless infatuation. I never imagined." His voice trailed off, haunted by the implications. Securing a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, Reed uncovered a key that led them to a storage unit registered in his name. Inside, they found a meticulously recreated replica of Sarah's former living space furniture, decor, even a mannequin mirroring her appearance. The calendar marked with a foreboding date just a week after Walter's demise sent a chill down their spines. The word "together" scrawled across it in crimson ink hinted at a disturbing fantasy that had taken root in Walter's troubled mind. Walter's past revealed a history of institutionalization due to an obsession with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania. Decades of apparent normalcy shattered when Sarah unwittingly triggered his dormant fixation. As Reed spread out the crime scene photos at the station, the tragic tale of a deluded soul unraveled before their eyes. In his mind, they shared a special bond. He believed they were destined to be together, Reed explained, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. As Sarah decided to part ways with the house, the final walkthrough with her realtor was fraught with unspoken fears. "I can't shake the thought of what could have been," she whispered. "If he hadn't passed away when he did, how long would I have lived here, unaware of the eyes watching me from the shadows, unaware of the secrets hidden beneath my very home?" The case closed with Walter's death, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a fate narrowly averted by Sarah's timely discovery. She moved away, reshaping her life to evade the lingering specter of her would-be captor. Detective Reed kept a watchful eye from afar, a silent guardian against the darkness that had once threatened to consume Sarah's world. The cottage found new owners, oblivious to its grim past. The hidden chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced, life carrying on as before. But for those privy to the chilling truth, the story of the room beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of the unseen perils that lurk in the shadows, of monsters who fade into obscurity, and of survivors who narrowly evade their fates. Story 11, the mysterious box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten items in the attic, a relic of the house's past. Among the old Polaroids capturing memories of joyous occasions, one photo stood out. It depicted a family unfamiliar to Rebecca, seated in her own living room with an eerie figure lingering in the shadows. As she gazed at the chilling image, a shiver ran down her spine and her hands quivered, causing the edges of the photo to tremble. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing in on her, suffocating her with its emptiness. Placing the photo on her kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh light, noting the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the image. Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a weathered leather jacket and piercing gaze, delved into the mystery. As he traced the history of previous occupants, a pattern emerged. Families had vanished without a trace, leaving behind no clues to their sudden disappearances. The Sutherlands, the family in the photograph, were just one of the many who had called the house home before vanishing into thin air. Forensic analysis of the photo revealed unsettling details: a mysterious figure in the hallway, always present before each family's disappearance. Enhanced imaging hinted at a tall, shadowy figure watching intently, as if he belonged there, as if he had a right to be in that house. The investigation led to a chilling discovery: beneath the house's concrete floor, a hidden chamber containing the preserved remains of the missing families, along with the camera that had captured their final moments. Each family had been documented in photographs, unaware of the ominous presence lurking in the shadows. As the truth unraveled, Rebecca found herself at the center of a sinister plot. A hidden crawlspace in the attic unveiled a journal detailing the watcher's meticulous observations of the families, with a final entry hinting at Rebecca's impending fate. Seeking safety under police protection, Rebecca's nights were haunted by mysterious calls and the ominous click of a Polaroid camera. The house remained a silent witness to unspeakable horrors, its secrets buried deep within its walls. The man known as Samuel Whitfield, the architect of darkness behind the disappearances, remained an enigma, his true fate shrouded in mystery. Some believe he perished long ago, while others suspect he continues his sinister deeds in a new guise, in a new house with new victims. The tale of the man in the photograph persists, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are never fully unveiled. As new families move into new homes, shadows linger, watchers unseen, waiting to strike when least expected. And those who dare to uncover the truth may find themselves ensnared in a web of darkness, where the line between reality and nightmare blurs into oblivion. Story 12. In the heart of the city, there stood a quaint little coffee shop that held a mystery that whispered through its cozy walls. For years, a man had made this shop his sanctuary, his presence a silent ritual that went unnoticed by many. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a secret known only to the wind. Then one fateful day, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a wallet that held no identity, only questions. Detective Sarah Mercer, a woman of quiet determination, delved into the enigma that surrounded the man now dubbed John Doe in her files. The security footage replayed his last moments in the shop, each frame a puzzle piece in a larger enigmatic picture. John, ordinary in appearance, had simply disappeared into thin air after a routine visit to the coffee shop. As Mercer sifted through the remnants of John's existence spread out on her desk, she found no answers, only more mysteries. The wallet, the notebook filled with cryptic symbols, the untraceable credit cards all led to dead ends. A phone call to a silent void, a business card with no purpose but to confound. The barista's memories offered no solace, only fragments of a man who seemed to exist in solitude, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of silence. The notebook, a key to his mind, revealed intricate codes and drawings of buildings that defied reality. The threads of the investigation wove a tapestry of impossibility, each lead a dead end in a labyrinth of unanswered questions. But Mercer, driven by an unspoken curiosity, noticed a flicker in the security footage, a glitch in time that hinted at something beyond comprehension. Returning to the coffee shop, Mercer's gaze fell upon an ancient mirror, a relic from a forgotten time. Its ornate frame whispered of secrets long buried, its glass a portal to another world. The mirror held a warmth that defied logic, a gateway to the unknown. Behind the mirror, a hidden chamber revealed a trove of identical wallets, a journal spanning decades, all bearing the mark of John Doe. The journal spoke of experiments in temporal manipulation, of windows between worlds waiting to be opened. As the investigation deepened, the fabric of reality began to fray around the coffee shop, echoes of unseen forces at play. Reflections moved of their own accord, whispers of a man long gone haunting the shop's corners. An elderly physicist, Margaret Keller, shed light on the enigma, revealing the truth behind John Doe's existence. Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to the realms between realities, had sought to breach the boundaries of existence to traverse the mirror's threshold. Mercer's journey led her to the heart of the mystery, where the coffee shop stood as a beacon between worlds, a convergence point for the lost and the curious. Daniel Weston's legacy lingered in the very foundation of the building, a testament to his quest for the unknown. In the final moments of the investigation, Mercer witnessed a revelation that shattered her perception of reality, a reflection of Daniel Weston watching himself, a duality of existence laid bare. The mirror, the gateway, lay shattered, a final warning etched in the shards. The man who didn't exist slipped into the shadows, leaving behind a legacy of wonder and fear. The coffee shop closed its doors, a chapter in the city's history sealed away. Daniel Weston's fate remained a mystery, his essence scattered across realities. Detective Mercer, haunted by the echoes of a man lost to time, found solace in the words that flowed from her pen, mirroring Weston's journey in her own way. The antique mirror fragment on her wall whispered of forgotten truths, a reminder of a world just beyond reach. As the city slept, Mercer's pen danced across the pages, weaving a tale of mysteries untold, of a man who dared to breach the boundaries of existence. And in the stillness of the night, the echoes of Daniel Weston's experiment lingered, a whisper in the wind of a world just beyond the mirror's edge. Story 13. In the beginning, there was only a flicker, a mere glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother, Rebecca, brushed it off as mere interference at first, but then the audio crackled and a voice, soft and chilling, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." Her veins turned to ice, a primal fear gripping her heart. With a racing pulse, she dashed to her son's room, only to find the crib empty. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only unsettling sight was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy black eyes seeming to stare right through her. Rebecca's screams echoed through the house until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, disturbed by her cries, dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they found Rebecca on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit, lost in her own world of terror. Samuel, her 4-month-old baby, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation hit a dead end. There were no signs of forced entry. The security system had been activated all night, and the baby monitor footage showed nothing out of the ordinary until that eerie voice and static disrupted the silence. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and leave without a trace except for a misplaced stuffed toy? Suspicion fell heavily on Rebecca. Her marriage to Daniel had been strained since Samuel's birth, and her struggles with postpartum depression were documented. But then a breakthrough emerged. Forensic analysis uncovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, fibers that didn't match any household materials. They belonged to a rare climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder gaining entry from outside. Security footage from the neighbors revealed a shadowy figure lurking in the night, and a boot print in the garden soil pointed to a military or experienced climber. Daniel, Rebecca's estranged husband, returned from his business trip to a whirlwind of accusations. His hands bore strange calluses, a result of his newfound hobby of rock climbing. Financial records unveiled a dark truth. Daniel had taken out a hefty life insurance policy on Samuel. Suspicious phone calls to an unknown number ceased right before the abduction. And the most shocking revelation, Daniel had a secret second family. As the investigation delved deeper, the hacked baby monitor emerged as a key piece of evidence. Its signal had been manipulated, the whispered voice not originating from the nursery but broadcast remotely to Rebecca's receiver. The digital trail led to a basement, where Samuel was found in the care of Elaine, Daniel's first wife. Elaine, driven by grief from a miscarriage years ago, had orchestrated the abduction to reclaim what she believed was rightfully hers. During the trial, enhanced audio from the baby monitor captured the haunting truth. Amidst the whispered words, Daniel's distinct cough betrayed his presence during the abduction he denied knowledge of. The jury swiftly delivered guilty verdicts for Daniel and Elaine, sentencing them for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case reverberated through law enforcement, prompting a reevaluation of nursery security measures nationwide. Parents fortified their defenses, wary of the evolving landscape of technological crimes against the innocent. Samuel grew up shielded from the memories of that fateful night, while Rebecca harbored the stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the darkness that lurked beyond the monitor's deceptive whispers. The truth, obscured yet ultimately unveiled, lingered in the quiet corners of their lives, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the resilience of a mother's love. Story 14, the town held its secrets close, never speaking of the house at the edge of the woods. It stood silent and solitary, a forgotten relic of the past, its windows dark, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, and its origins remained a mystery lost to the whispers of the wind. But when a group of hikers strayed too near, they stumbled upon a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like ominous marks. And at the very bottom, fresh and untouched, was a name that sent shivers through them all, a name unknown to their ears until one of them whispered in trembling tones, "That name is mine." The call came in the dead of night, a simple report of trespassing. Mason Wright's voice crackled through the line, his words tinged with disbelief as he recounted the discovery of his own name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated a routine case of mischief, a mere prank among youths, but what awaited them defied logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as night draped its inky cloak over the forest, her flashlight cutting through the darkness to reveal the weathered facade of the house. 27 names stood sentinel on the eastern wall, some faded with time, others sharp as if freshly carved. And there at the end of the list was Mason Wright, the incision still raw, remnants of sawdust clinging to the edges. "I've never set foot in this place before," Mason protested, his breath forming ghostly wisps in the frosty air. "How could anyone know my name here?" The investigation unfurled like a tapestry of shadows, each thread leading deeper into a labyrinth of mystery. Background checks on the names etched into the house sent a chill through the detective team. Each name belonged to a soul lost in the woods over the span of 4 decades, vanished without a trace while hiking alone. Some cases lay cold and forgotten, others lingered like specters in the night. Forensic analysts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances of depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back 37 years, a tale of a young woman swallowed by the woods, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Mason's story remained a steadfast rock amidst the swirling currents of suspicion. He professed no ties to the area beyond that fateful hike with his college friends, a journey chosen at random, guided by an online whim. His companions became the focus of scrutiny, especially when the group photographer's images revealed a haunting presence, a blurred figure lurking in the periphery of 3 photographs, a tall, slender specter obscured by the veil of trees. Detective Keller's directive led the team into the abandoned house's depths, where a grim tableau awaited discovery. Personal effects of the missing hikers lay in eerie repose on wooden shelves, each item meticulously labeled with a name from the wall outside. Bloodstains whispered tales of failed erasure on the basement floor, while cadaver dogs pointed their noses toward the dense heart of the forest beyond the house. As the investigation spiraled outward, Mason's demeanor took a dark turn. Whispers haunted his nights, phantom footprints marked fresh snow outside his door, and unseen eyes watched from the shadows. Protective measures were enacted, but paranoia seeped into his very bones, a chilling premonition of unseen forces at play. The unraveling of the mystery found its genesis in buried land records, uncovering the house's enigmatic owner, Victor Blackwood, a reclusive hunter who vanished into the mists 15 years prior, his existence a mere whisper in the annals of time. The manhunt for Blackwood cast its net wide, drawing in resources from far and wide as the forest held its secrets close. A hidden journal within one of Blackwood's crude hunting blinds peeled back the layers of darkness, revealing a descent into madness. Hikers were not prey, but targets in a twisted game of survival, their fates meticulously catalogued in the hunter's chilling script. The manhunt intensified, the forest echoing with the ghostly whispers of pursuit. And then a chilling revelation, a new name carved into a freshly hewn piece of wood, a name belonging to the lead technician who had probed the depths of the house. Surveillance tightened its grip, a web of eyes and ears encircling the house, waiting for the inevitable reckoning. In the dead of night, the trap was sprung. Sensors screamed their warning as a figure emerged from the shadows, a specter of darkness gliding with unnatural ease. Tactical teams closed in, only to find emptiness where the figure had stood, a phantom vanishing into the night. The house stands silent, haunted by its secrets, under constant watch. Mason and the technician slipped beyond the veil of reality, their fates intertwined with the whispers of the forest. The investigation endures, drawing new threads into its dark tapestry as disappearances echo through forested realms. The names on the wall linger as a grim reminder, a tale best left untold, for fear that speaking them aloud may seal one's own dreadful fate. Story 15, The Enigmatic Mimic. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Yet an unsettling feeling crept in. Her face appeared normal, her attire unchanged. But the longer she peered, the more discomfort grew within her. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a motion not of her own making. And as she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. This was the moment when Rebecca Thorne's peculiar journey commenced, unfolding a perplexing mystery that would baffle investigators and linger in the minds of a whole community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment in a serene suburban setting, leading a solitary life. Her acquaintances portrayed her as methodical, reserved, a woman who preferred solitude yet maintained amiable relations with her neighbors. She toiled as a data analyst for a medium-sized firm, her existence governed by routines and exactitude. Nothing about her hinted at the fact that she would emerge as the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal inquiries of the era. Initially, the disturbances seemed trivial. Rebecca noticed minor alterations in her living space. Items shifted around, not missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She attributed these odd occurrences to moments of absent-mindedness, the consequence of long hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw first heard of the case when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disruptions, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial evaluation suggested no criminal activity, leaning more towards mental health concerns rather than law enforcement matters. Shaw documented the complaint but filed it among the pile of non-urgent cases. No tangible evidence, Shaw later recollected. No signs of forced entry, no missing possessions. Just a woman sensing something amiss in her own abode. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca narrated the event vividly, how her reflection appeared to move independently, how she felt under constant surveillance even in solitude. This time she provided proof. A security camera she had installed focused on her front door. The footage unveiled something that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of her using a key to enter the apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of manipulation but found none. The intruder moved like Rebecca, dressed like her, even carried the same distinctive leather bag. However, according to time-stamped evidence from her workplace's security system, Rebecca had already swiped her ID card at her office building across town. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw disclosed to her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with eerie precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints throughout the apartment matched only Rebecca's. No foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca's usual comings and goings. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned greeting Rebecca upon her return one evening, but receiving no response, a behavior she found atypical yet not alarming. Rebecca began documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space multiplied. Food she didn't recall consuming vanished from her refrigerator. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most unsettling were the photographs on her phone's selfies resembling her but taken without her knowledge. In some, her expression seemed subtly off, the smile too wide, the gaze too intense. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or someone is trying to make me believe so." The breakthrough arrived when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only invaded when Rebecca departed for specific appointments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately familiar with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random, it's a targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist proposed they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on becoming Rebecca, inhabiting her life, perhaps aiming to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences were uncommon but documented in psychological archives. The culprit typically experienced a mental breakdown, fixating on a target who embodied traits they desired: stability, beauty, success, normality. The focus narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their resemblances. Post her dismissal, she had sent Rebecca a series of unsettling emails. "We could be identical," one message stated. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw obtained a warrant to search Lily's residence. What they unearthed altered the case from disconcerting to chilling. One room in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with photographs, countless images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all captured without her knowledge. A closet housed exact replicas of Rebecca's attire. Cosmetics matching Rebecca's preferred brands lay on a vanity alongside comprehensive notes about her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself imitating Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The evolution was evident, initial attempts clumsy and overt, later ones nearly identical to the genuine Rebecca. She aspired to be me, Rebecca whispered upon viewing the evidence. She wasn't merely imitating me, she was erasing me. Forensic experts discovered sophisticated equipment for duplicating keys and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had maintained an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar predicting her schedule in detail. What remained elusive was Lily's end game. Journals recovered from her residence contained rambling entries shifting between first and third person, at times referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent chills down the spines of investigators. Soon, only one of us will endure. The stronger entity will prevail. When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Her apartment bore signs of a hurried departure, drawers left ajar, certain technology absent. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was placed under protective custody, relocated to a secure undisclosed location under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, every site linked to her past life was monitored meticulously. Lily never materialized. The case took a disquieting twist when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been spotted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed that a figure identical to Rebecca accessed the premises with a valid ID card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. Rebecca, safeguarded in a fortified safe house, could not have been present at the office. The implications grew evident. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She now inhabited Rebecca's life, assuming her identity while the real Rebecca remained in seclusion. The investigation remains officially open. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne chose not to return to her previous life, opting to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, 2 women bearing striking resemblance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Occasionally she scrutinizes their features, seeking disparities, the subtle indicators that would set them apart. The truly chilling aspect Shaw often imparts to new recruits isn't that someone can resemble you or sound like you. It's that they yearn to become you so desperately that they obliterate themselves in the process. Identity isn't solely what we present to the world, it's what we safeguard most zealously. And at times, we only grasp its worth when someone endeavors to snatch it away. Story 16. The old Polaroid held memories of a distant birthday, with smiles and flickering candles, a scene of ordinary joy. But within the box of aged photos passed down to the daughter, a chilling discovery awaited. In the background of each picture, a mysterious figure lurked, gradually drawing nearer to the group. A man, shrouded in shadow, stood on the periphery, just beyond the glow of the candles. He didn't belong to the family, yet he appeared in every frame, growing closer with each snapshot. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the unsettling collection while clearing out her late mother's attic. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a treasure trove of faded photographs capturing moments from her childhood. What should have brought comfort instead unveiled a haunting mystery. In the initial photo, the figure was barely discernible, a dark silhouette lingering at the edge of her 7th birthday party. By the subsequent picture, he had advanced inside, looming near her uncle. None of the subjects seemed aware of his presence. Trembling, Sarah phoned her father to inquire about the unknown man in the background. His initial silence was followed by a sharp intake of breath. There shouldn't be anyone but family in those photos, he finally uttered, his voice uneasy. After sending digital copies of the Polaroids to her father, he called back with a quiver in his tone. We would have noticed a stranger in those pictures, he admitted, bewildered. Detective Marcus Reed attentively examined the photographs spread across his desk, the patter of rain outside casting shifting shadows in the room. With methodical precision, he analyzed each image, his experienced eyes narrowing in concentration. No one recognized this individual, he inquired, his voice a mix of neutrality and intrigue. No one, Sarah affirmed, arranging the photos in a chronological order that revealed a chilling progression. The detective leaned in, the chair creaking beneath him, as the figure's calculated movement through the party became evident. In the final photo, he stood ominously behind Sarah's younger self, a pale hand outstretched toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. Reed tentatively suggested the photographer's involvement, though uncertainty laced his words. My mother took all these photos herself. She set the timer and joined the group, Sarah clarified. The detective initiated a thorough investigation, reaching out to all surviving attendees of the party. No one could recall the mysterious man's presence. No outsiders had been hired, and the secluded property had offered privacy. Facial recognition software proved futile, as the figure remained strategically obscured in each shot, as if evading detection by the camera. Yet his deliberate posture hinted at a sinister intent. The inquiry might have stalled if Sarah hadn't unearthed additional photos from different family gatherings and years, all featuring the same enigmatic figure in the backdrop, unnoticed at the time. A digital enhancement by a specialist unveiled crucial details: a scar, a ring, a partial reflection that unmasked the hidden face. A breakthrough emerged from dental records, linking the figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker tied to unsolved child abductions from decades past. Keller had vanished after being questioned in connection to the abductions that coincided with the photographed gatherings. Further investigation revealed his access to rental properties, including the site of Sarah's birthday celebration. Authorities unearthed poignant evidence buried beneath Keller's former residence items belonging to missing children, including one that Sarah recognized as her own. The discoveries validated long-lost fears and connected unsolved cases spanning years. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting photos, Sarah received news from the detective regarding identified remains near a vacation property. DNA confirmation linked the remains to a missing child, bringing closure but not the solace hoped for. As she gazed at the final birthday photo, the figure's presence lingered in the shadows, a silent witness to past joys now exposed by the light of justice. Families found answers, though bittersweet, as the hidden threat within the captured memories was finally acknowledged. Sarah carefully returned the photos to their box, now transformed into evidence of a chilling reality. The unseen figures in the images served as a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk unnoticed, moving through celebrations and leaving behind only faint traces in frozen moments of time. Story 17. The aging library faced its fate of being torn down. The workers diligently carried out their tasks, nearing completion when a stroke of luck or perhaps fate intervened. A worker's foot caught on a hidden latch cleverly concealed within the bookshelf. With a soft, almost imperceptible click, the entire bookcase swung open, revealing a passage that led to a secret chamber. The air in this clandestine space was heavy with the weight of time, undisturbed for decades. No furniture adorned the room except for a solitary chair positioned in the center, its base firmly bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall in frantic scrawls, the haunting words echoed a chilling sentiment: I am still here. The construction foreman wasted no time and promptly radioed the police. What had commenced as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into a narrative far more sinister. Detective Morgan Walsh, with 2 decades of policing under his belt, stepped into the hidden chamber, flashlight beam piercing the darkness, uncovering the ominous message that marred the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrive." The building's history added layers of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. The library had once belonged to the esteemed Harrington family, pillars of the community who had bequeathed the edifice to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing act during the final year of her college studies left behind no clues save for her abandoned car discovered near the edge of the woods. Despite exhaustive search efforts and extensive interviews, the case had grown cold. The prevailing assumption hinted at her choice to flee and forge a new path, a theory vehemently rejected by her grieving family who harbored suspicions of a more sinister fate. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, traces of hair and fibers embedded in the chair, alongside minute hints of blood and skin cells within the wall's etchings, surfaced. Initial analysis pointed towards a young female as the likely source of the biological material. "The chair was clearly intended for restraint," remarked the forensic analyst, drawing attention to the worn leather straps still clinging to its arms. The occupant put up a fierce struggle. Detective Walsh mobilized a team to delve into the murky depths of the Harrington family saga. The timing of the library's donation gnawed at him. It had been gifted to the public a mere few weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a coincidence that now held potential significance. Further probing unearthed a disconcerting revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden chamber had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records unveiled exorbitant payments to this contractor, exceeding standard renovation costs by a wide margin. Former library staff interviewed in the wake of the discovery expressed shock and ignorance regarding the concealed space. However, one elderly librarian recollected Maxwell's penchant for solitude in that particular section of the library after hours, her assumption being that he sought privacy for his ardent reading pursuits. Maxwell was adamant about preserving that section during renovations, she recounted to investigators. He insisted the original woodwork held historical significance beyond compare. The investigation took a darker turn when DNA testing confirmed a match between the biological material in the hidden chamber and samples obtained from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The pieces of the macabre puzzle began to align, painting a chilling picture. Rebecca had not fled. She had been held captive behind the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own family. Securing a warrant to search the Harrington estate, detectives struck gold in Maxwell's study, where a leather-bound journal concealed within a secret compartment was discovered. The journal chronicled an unsettling obsession with his niece, spanning several months, culminating in a final entry that sent shivers down their spines. She threatened to expose everything. "I couldn't allow that. The room will keep her until she sees reason." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's veneer of innocence crumbled. "She was a threat to everything," he confessed, his voice devoid of emotion. "Rebecca stumbled upon documents proving my embezzlement from the family foundation. Our name meant everything. I couldn't let her tarnish it." His admission unveiled a tale of horror. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and confined her within the hidden chamber with intentions of coercing her into silence. But fate took a grim turn when Rebecca attempted an escape during one of Maxwell's visits, leading to a fatal altercation. I panicked, Maxwell revealed in his recorded confession. I buried her beneath the chamber's floor and sealed it shut. Donating the building was my way of ensuring the secret stayed buried forever. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the chamber's floor. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted to her by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing, a somber silence enveloping the courtroom as justice, though delayed, found its mark. Clutching her daughter's bracelet, Rebecca's mother found a semblance of closure, the only memento they could lay to rest after all these years. The demolition of the library ground to a halt, transforming the site into a sanctuary of remembrance and introspection. Community members, moved by the tragic narrative that unfolded, laid bouquets at the entrance, paying homage to a life snuffed out prematurely and a truth that waited patiently behind a bookshelf for its revelation. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's haunting message, "I am still here," etched on the walls, ensured her enduring presence, immortalizing her memory and heralding the eventual arrival of justice, even in the darkest of shadows. Story 18. In the stillness of the night, a mysterious package arrived in the mail, shrouded in secrecy and intrigue. Unveiling its contents revealed a solitary brass key weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, puzzled by its unfamiliarity, felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu wash over her. With a sense of curiosity, she attempted to fit the key into every lock she possessed, only to find that it refused to turn, as if guarding its secrets from prying eyes. Perplexed, Sarah placed the enigmatic key on her coffee table, where an old grandfather clock, long silenced and broken, emitted a solitary, haunting chime that echoed through the hallway. A chill crept down her spine, a whisper of something uncanny stirring in the air. Unable to shake off the unease that settled within her, Sarah made the decision to report the strange incident to the authorities, a decision that would set off a chain of events that would unravel the tranquility of her quiet suburban neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer viewed the key as a mere anomaly, a mix-up in the mail, perhaps. But Sarah, with a sinking feeling in her gut, insisted that there was something amiss, a shadow lurking just beyond her sight. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, sealing it within a small evidence bag that would soon become the focal point of a sprawling investigation that delved into the depths of darkness concealed within the ordinary. The case landed on the desk of Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition honed by years of unraveling the tangled webs of human nature. The brass key sat innocuously before him, yet it exuded a disquieting aura that set his instincts on edge. Delving into Sarah's background revealed a life devoid of criminality, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother. No red flags in her past, no whispers of wrongdoing in her wake. She appeared to be an unwitting pawn in a game she had not chosen to play. Forensic analysis yielded no fingerprints on the key except for Sarah's, the envelope barren of clues save for a generic postmark that offered no revelation. The key itself, a standard Schlage, bore the marks of time and use, hinting at a history veiled in shadows. But it was when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database that the first glimmer of a connection emerged. A cold case dormant for 7 years resurfaced. A key bearing an identical pattern had been linked to a storage unit that harbored sinister secrets. Blood-stained carpet, tools of suffering, and photographs of women, their faces frozen in unconscious repose, haunted the memories of investigators past. The original inquiry had hit a dead end, the trail gone cold, the perpetrator elusive. As Harmon pored over the dusty case files, a chilling realization dawned. The key held the key to unlocking a Pandora's box of horrors. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, a phantom who left no trace in the annals of law enforcement. The photographs depicted 5 women, their fates sealed in uncertainty. 3 identified, 2 lost to the abyss of the unknown, their absence a gaping wound in the fabric of reality. Sarah, confronted with the grim reality of the photographs, felt a shiver of dread snake down her spine. Her sanctuary now tainted with the specter of malevolence, she fortified her home with new locks and a security system, a feeble attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume her. The enigma deepened as the question lingered: why her? Why the key? As Harmon pieced together the fragmented puzzle, a faint thread of connection emerged, leading him down a twisted path of revelation. A breakthrough in DNA analysis unveiled a distant familial match, a tenuous link to a man named Harold Jenkins, a shadow from Sarah's past who had slipped through the cracks of memory. Jenkins, a spectral figure with a trail of evasions in his wake, had once dwelled in close proximity to Sarah, a phantom neighbor who had vanished into the mists of obscurity. His background, a tapestry of inconsistencies and enigmas, painted a portrait of a man adrift in the periphery of society, a predator masquerading as a passerby. The manhunt intensified, a race against time to apprehend a ghost who had haunted the fringes of their community. Jenkins' digital footprint, a void of information, hinted at a meticulous erasure of identity, a deliberate act of vanishing into the ether of anonymity. But the true horror lay dormant, concealed within the walls of a cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother, a chamber of horrors that bore witness to unspeakable atrocities. Beneath the floorboards, a hidden chamber lay in wait, a sepulchre of keys that bore witness to lives snuffed out in the shadows. 32 keys, each a grim testament to a life extinguished, lay in silent accusation, a damning indictment of a man who had stalked the night, a phantom in human guise. The excavation of the surrounding wilderness unearthed a burial ground, a macabre tableau of suffering and loss that defied comprehension. The manhunt culminated in a final confrontation, a standoff that echoed with the whispers of the fallen. Jenkins, cornered and desperate, chose the path of oblivion, a final act of defiance against a world that had failed to see the monster in their midst. In the aftermath, as the dust settled and the echoes of tragedy faded, Sarah stood at the precipice of a truth too terrible to comprehend. The keys, mute witnesses to a symphony of sorrow, remained locked in their silence, a reminder of the fragility of safety in a world where darkness lurked just beyond the threshold of light. And as the night wrapped its cloak of shadows around the world, Sarah closed her eyes, seeking solace in the embrace of sleep, knowing that somewhere in the depths of the night the echoes of a nightmare lingered, a reminder that evil wears many faces, some too close for comfort. Story 19. The parcel arrived mysteriously, devoid of any traceable information, a nondescript cardboard box, faintly damp from the morning mist. It wasn't intended for her, the address matched, but the name did not. Logic dictated she should have disregarded it, left it untouched on the doorstep, yet curiosity whispered its seductive call. Sarah Miller succumbed. With cautious fingers she unsealed the box, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothing. Instead, nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note with a cryptic instruction: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic tape in her hands, its weight feeling unnaturally heavy, burdened with a hidden significance. Tracing the worn edges, she sensed a forbidden allure emanating from the object. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, the strokes on the paper betraying a sense of haste and intensity. Outside, the suburban neighborhood hummed with its usual rhythm, a distant dog's bark, playful children's laughter, the drone of a lawnmower. Unaware of the enigma that had just entered Sarah's world. Bringing the package indoors, she placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her, a stranger in a sea of familiar names. Living in the house for years, she had never encountered this elusive figure in any form. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed, leaving behind a legacy of mail addressed solely to them. Curiosity wrestled with apprehension as Sarah's gaze drifted to her old VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was an inexplicable pull emanating from the tape, a mystery shrouded in worn plastic casing. Against her instincts, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. Static crackled on the screen initially, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a lone lamp casting elongated shadows. The camera angle was skewed, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," his voice resonated, soft yet resolute. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and they will find me too." As he leaned forward, the shadows retreated, unveiling a countenance etched with exhaustion and vigilant sunken eyes, stubbled jaw, disheveled hair. "I am innocent," he declared. "I need you to believe that. They fabricated evidence, my fingerprints, my DNA, all planted to incriminate me for a crime I did not commit." The camera trembled as Daniel adjusted it, offering glimpses of the barren surroundings, a room devoid of warmth, a transient shelter for a man on the run. "They orchestrated everything. The official narrative will paint me as the culprit, claiming a connection with the victim, an altercation witnessed by others. It's all lies. I only knew Catherine Walsh through the headlines." A tremor underscored his voice. Catherine dead, murdered in her own home, and yet my genetic imprint was the only trace they found. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized an identical VHS tape on her desk, one of many to surface. Each tape bore the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's homicide, a man who had vanished into obscurity following the discovery of her lifeless body. The case had appeared straightforward, initially a young professional strangled in her residence. No signs of forced entry, incriminating DNA evidence pointing to Whitaker, a familiar presence near the crime scene according to eyewitness accounts and cell phone records. However, the arrival of the tapes unraveled the simplicity of the narrative. Ramirez pondered aloud into her recorder, contemplating the intricate web surrounding Whitaker. Was he orchestrating an elaborate diversion or unraveling a darker conspiracy? Her evidence board painted a grim tableau, smiling photos of Catherine Walsh juxtaposed with grisly crime scene snapshots, maps tracing the delivery route of the enigmatic packages, and at the center, Daniel Whitaker's haunting driver's license photo, beseeching for vindication. The investigation veered into unforeseen territory when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical juggernaut entwined with governmental affairs. Walsh's expose detailed data irregularities in a crucial drug trial, exposing a sinister cover-up of severe side effects concealed from the public eye. She was a whistleblower, a former colleague confided to Ramirez in hushed tones, eyes darting nervously. Catherine possessed damning evidence, proof of corporate malfeasance buried by executives. Her testimony was slated for the upcoming trial. As Ramirez delved deeper, anomalies emerged. The DNA evidence appeared meticulously placed, incongruous with the crime's dynamics. Witness statements echoed with rehearsed precision, a disconcerting uniformity across diverse accounts. Security footage, crucial for corroborating alibis, vanished mysteriously during the critical time frame of the murder. 3 days later, Sarah Miller received a second parcel. Within lay a trove of incriminating documents, clinical reports, internal communications, digital trails, all from PharmaCorp, all signed by Catherine Walsh. The tide turned. Ramirez united with the other recipients, piecing together Whitaker's clandestine breadcrumb trail. He had been an IT security maven for a PharmaCorp contractor, crossing paths with Catherine through a digital anomaly he stumbled upon. They were surveilling her, Whitaker disclosed in a subsequent tape. I uncovered the monitoring directives in the system. They were aware of her investigation, and suddenly I found myself locked out. The next day she was dead, and I was framed for her murder. The pivotal moment arrived when Sarah Miller discerned a crucial detail in her copy of the tape, a reflection in a window, revealing a row of storage units. Teaming up with Ramirez, they pinpointed the elusive location. Within Unit 217 lay the damning evidence, Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, Catherine's incriminating files, and the elaborate blueprint for framing Whitaker, inscribed with the signature handwriting of PharmaCorp's security chief, a former law enforcement officer with access to evidence storage protocols. Justice unfolded not in a climactic arrest, but through the accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictment, the security chief striking a plea deal to testify against his accomplices. The tainted drug faced retraction from consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a specter of his former self, absolved of false accusations but scarred by the ordeal. Sarah encountered him once more, their exchange laden with unspoken truths amidst the tranquility of her porch, the same spot where it all began. "Me?" she inquired. "Why choose my address for the delivery?" His gaze, weary yet resolute, met hers. "The algorithm selected you. I needed individuals untainted by my past or Catherine's, a blind spot for them, a stronghold of independent judgment amidst the sea of falsehoods." The erstwhile suspect, an unwitting accomplice, lingered in silence, contemplating the fragile boundary between truth and manufactured deceit. Sarah broke the stillness. The wrong address proved to be the right one. The VHS tape stood as relics of a bygone era, artifacts of a truth unveiled in unexpected guises, under alien names, awaiting a curious soul to unravel their enigma. Story 20. The motel stood forgotten, a relic of a bygone era, its faded sign barely visible in the dim glow of the streetlights. A place where transient souls sought respite, a temporary haven for those who dared to venture inside. The weary traveler approached the front desk, where a weathered clerk handed her a tarnished key with a haunted gaze. "Remember," he whispered, his voice barely audible, "avoid the final door on the left." Intrigue stirred within her as she ascended the creaking stairs later that night, the musty air clinging to her like a shroud. The corridor stretched endlessly before her, bathed in a soft, eerie light. Pausing before the ominous door, she felt a chill run down her spine as she reached out to touch the icy knob. The wood was smooth, unassuming, yet as she pressed her ear against it, a faint breath danced through the cracks, a whisper from the unknown. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from a restless slumber, her mind foggy with fragmented dreams as she approached the scene of the crime. The tape fluttered in the night breeze, a barrier between the living and the dead. Stepping into the room, the metallic tang of blood assaulted her senses, a grim reminder of the violence that had unfolded within. A tableau of contradictions greeted her. A pristine bathroom, an untouched bed, and at the heart of it all, a young woman's life extinguished. The victim lay motionless, a tragic figure in a room tainted by tragedy. Reed knelt beside her, a silent witness to the horror that had befallen yet another soul. The forensic technician moved methodically around the room, his camera capturing the scene in stark detail. "The third one," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. "A pattern emerges." Silent contemplation filled the room as Reed absorbed the details before her. The victim, elegant in death, seemed out of place in this forgotten inn. The absence of robbery pointed to a darker motive, a twisted purpose that drove the unknown killer. The manager lingered in the shadows, his pallor betraying his unease as he recounted the tragic discovery. Back at the station, Reed delved deeper into the case, her investigation unraveling a web of deceit and betrayal. The incident board bore witness to the faces of the fallen, their lives cut short by a predator lurking in the shadows. Autopsy results offered grim insights, revealing the intimate brutality of the crime. Days turned to nights as Reed pursued the elusive truth, each clue leading her closer to the heart of darkness. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, alibis crumbled under scrutiny. It was a game of shadows and secrets, with the killer always one step ahead. A breakthrough came in the form of a name, a shadowy figure from the victim's past. Charles Emerson, a man of influence and secrets, emerged as a person of interest. Reed's interrogation uncovered a tangled web of lies, a facade of respectability masking a heart of darkness. Forensics linked Emerson to the crime, his carefully constructed world crumbling under the weight of evidence. The trial laid bare the depths of his depravity, a chilling portrait of a man consumed by his own desires. Justice was served, but for Reed, the echoes of the case lingered like a ghostly whisper in the night. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left case, a tale of horror and intrigue that captivated the nation. But for Reed, it was a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, a reminder that some doors should never be opened. As she walked down hotel hallways, she felt the weight of those lost souls, their stories etched into her memory. In the evidence locker, the keys to those forsaken rooms remained, silent witnesses to a tragedy that would never be forgotten. And as Reed gazed upon them, she knew that some mysteries were best left undisturbed, their secrets buried in the shadows of the past. Story 21. The tale begins with the new homeowners who brushed off the crackling of the old intercom system late at night as a mere quirk. It was a relic of the past, forgotten yet still present in their lives. One fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband and he pressed the button. A whisper, barely audible, crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung in the air, unsettling and mysterious. His wife, standing behind him, denied ever speaking those words. The Victorian manor, nestled amidst ancient oak trees, held secrets within its weathered exterior, contrasting with the modern interior that the new owners, Daniel and Meredith Parker, had meticulously renovated. The property had been acquired at a surprisingly reasonable price, with the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the walkthrough hinting at hidden stories within the walls. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a potential break-in, but there was an uneasiness in the air, a sense that there was more to the situation than met the eye. Daniel Parker, pale and troubled, led Detective Reeves through the vast foyer, recounting the strange occurrences with the intercom system. It had started with static, then whispers, and eventually full sentences that both he and his wife had heard. In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping a mug, untouched and forgotten. Without preamble, she revealed a startling discovery made behind a wall during renovations, a small leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Alina, the previous owner, whose writings hinted at a dark secret involving her husband, Vincent. The journal entries revealed Alina's fear of Vincent's intentions, culminating in a final entry dated 30 years prior. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house, with no trace of Alina after the date of the last journal entry. As the team delved deeper, ground-penetrating radar exposed anomalies beneath the garden shed's foundation. Breaking through aged concrete revealed the grim truth: human remains, identified as a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of violence. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and confined to a care facility, confessed to the crime when faced with the evidence. His chilling admission of silencing Alina, who he claimed incessantly communicated through the intercom, sent a shiver down Detective Reeves' spine. Vincent's meticulously crafted facade of Alina's departure crumbled under scrutiny, exposing the decades-long deception and manipulation. The trial swiftly concluded with Vincent pleading guilty to murder, his calculated actions sealing his fate. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, sold the property after a memorial service for Alina was held in the restored garden. The intercom system, a relic of eerie communication, was removed during renovations by the new owners, who brushed off the static and whispers heard during its dismantling as mere noise. Detective Reeves, before the case was archived, revisited the Blackwood file, pondering how the house itself had unraveled its secrets across time. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, thanks to Alina's voice echoing through the years. Local law enforcement dubbed the case the house that answered back, a testament to the eerie connection between past and present. Detective Reeves, driving past the property on occasion, would slow down, the window cracked open slightly, listening for whispers carried on the gentle breeze, a reminder of the mysteries that lingered within the walls of the Victorian manor. Story 22. In the quiet stillness of the night, as the world outside slumbers, secrets stir in the shadows of forgotten places. Renovations, with their promise of transformation, often unveil more than just dusty relics of the past. Sarah and Michael, drawn to the allure of a Victorian-era home steeped in history, embarked on a journey of restoration that would lead them down a path of intrigue and mystery. Beneath the floorboards of their newfound abode, where sunlight filtered through cracks like whispers of bygone days, a letter lay hidden, waiting to be discovered. The paper, aged and fragile, bore a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the inked words could fully register in their minds, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty corridors, setting their hearts ablaze with unease. Entered Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic. With her partner by her side, she delved into the eerie depths of the old house, where the past lingered like a ghostly presence. The note, retrieved with caution, hinted at a tale shrouded in fear and suspicion, its origins buried in the shadows of time. Sarah and Michael, innocent souls caught in a web of intrigue, recounted the chilling echoes that had pierced the silence of their new home. Reed, with a gaze hardened by years of unraveling mysteries, sensed a darkness lurking beneath the surface of what seemed like a simple haunting. As the investigation unfolded, layers of the house's history peeled away to reveal a tangled web of deceit and tragedy. The former owners, the Hargrove family, harbored secrets that had long been buried in the recesses of memory. Franklin, a once respected teacher, turned recluse, and Margaret, his devoted wife, haunted by the specter of a relentless collector whose presence loomed like a shadow over their lives. Through meticulous detective work and the whispers of the past, Reed uncovered the truth hidden within the walls of the house. A grim discovery awaited, a skeleton entombed beneath the foundation, a grim reminder of a debt unpaid and a life cut short by betrayal. Victor Mercer, the elusive collector, whose disappearance had left a void in the world, now found his story etched in the annals of forgotten tragedies. His fate intertwined with that of the Hargroves, a dance of shadows and secrets that had long evaded the light of justice. As the dust settled and the echoes of the past faded into the night, the house stood silent, a witness to the sins of its former inhabitants. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its history, chose to part ways with the haunted abode, leaving it to its memories and its ghosts. And so the house remained vacant, a relic of a bygone era, its halls echoing with the whispers of a past that refused to be forgotten. In the darkness of night, some say, the sound of 3 distinct knocks can still be heard, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lie buried within its walls. For Detective Reed, the case closed, but the questions lingered like shadows cast by an unseen hand. Some secrets she mused in the quiet of her thoughts were destined to remain unsolved, their truth obscured by the passage of time. And as the night stretched on, enveloping the world in its embrace, the house stood as a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets with a quiet, mysterious grace. Story 23. The apartment had sat silent and empty for months, a ghostly presence in the bustling city. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they anticipated only the stale embrace of dust and perhaps a few forgotten relics of past lives. However, one door stood firm against their curiosity, resisting all attempts to reveal its secrets. It was a closet, its lock stubbornly holding tight against prying hands. Finally, with a decisive push, the landlord forced the door open, expecting mundane contents within old coats, discarded trinkets, the remnants of a forgotten past. But what greeted them was far from ordinary. The walls of the closet were a canvas of desperation, etched with deep, jagged scratches that spoke of a struggle against confinement. In a shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen still softly glowing with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling mysteries, felt a shiver dance down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea echoed in those haunting scratches, a silent scream frozen in time. "We need forensics here now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, whose camera clicked methodically, capturing the eerie tableau, "and gather all information on the previous tenants." The message on the phone was stark in its simplicity. "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge, revealed only tidbits about the previous tenant, a young woman named Emma Caldwell, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent and a mystery that had lingered in the empty apartment for half a year. Forensic analysis uncovered a chilling truth within the confines of the closet. Blood samples, most belonging to Emma, painted a macabre picture of captivity and struggle. Yet, among the familiar genetic markers, there were 2 anomalies, one a mystery, the other a ghost from the past. Shaw's brow furrowed in consternation as she pored over the evidence. Derek Mercer, a man declared dead years ago, had left his mark on the walls of Emma's prison. His DNA, unmistakable and fresh, whispered of a sinister connection that defied logic. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly coalesced, a tale of interrupted lives emerged from the shadows of Emma's apartment. Unanswered calls, a mysterious boyfriend, and a web of connections that led to a darkness beyond comprehension. The investigation took a harrowing turn as Shaw uncovered a link to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, whose fate had been a cold case until now. Pieces of a twisted puzzle fell into place, revealing a pattern of control and manipulation orchestrated by a man who thrived on the suffering of those ensnared in his web. A trail of breadcrumbs led the detectives to a secluded property owned by Mercer's kin, where a grim discovery awaited them. Lynette Porter, emaciated and broken, bore witness to the horrors inflicted upon her, a mirror of Emma's own ordeal. Journals filled with madness, photographs capturing fear, and videos immortalizing the torment all pointed to a man whose very existence was a testament to depravity. Derek Mercer, the architect of nightmares, had crafted a symphony of terror that echoed through the lives he had shattered. The manhunt for Mercer spanned boundaries as the authorities closed in on their quarry, a predator cloaked in the guise of an ordinary man. His capture brought a semblance of closure, yet the shadows of his crimes lingered like a stain upon the fabric of reality. During the trial, Mercer's facade of calm cracked only once, a fleeting glimpse of the darkness that dwelled within. His conviction was swift, a verdict rendered by a jury who glimpsed the abyss that lay behind his eyes. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate, Lynette Porter spoke words of defiance and resilience, a beacon of light in the aftermath of unspeakable darkness. The case, a testament to the horrors that lurk beneath the surface of the ordinary, prompted a reevaluation of investigative methods and protocols. Detective Shaw, haunted by the echoes of Emma's silent screams, kept a memento from the case, a fragment of the closet door that bore witness to a battle fought in shadows. It served as a reminder that sometimes the most chilling tales are those whispered in the night, hidden within the confines of a locked room. Story 24. The costume shop had an air of finality about it, the dim lighting casting shadows over the rows of fading costumes and dusty shelves. Among the remnants of the shop's past glories, a woman wandered, her steps muffled by the carpet of forgotten dreams. Her fingers trailed along the racks until they alighted on a mask nestled in a forgotten corner. It was a delicate creation, its features exquisitely crafted yet somehow disquietingly lifelike. As she approached the counter, the cashier's eyes flickered with a moment of uncertainty, a fleeting shadow crossing his face. When she placed the mask down, he hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's not ours," he muttered, his words hanging in the still air like a lingering echo. Bewildered, she turned the mask over, searching for a tag that was conspicuously absent. With a shrug, she decided to take it home, drawn by an inexplicable fascination. That night, a soft sound stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her eyes flickered open, heart pounding in her chest as she surveyed the room, and there it was, the mask perched on her nightstand, its unseeing eyes fixed upon her with an unsettling intensity. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was discovered by her concerned neighbor the following morning. The front door stood slightly ajar, allowing the golden light of dawn to spill into the shadowed interior of her home. What awaited inside would become a haunting enigma for those tasked with unraveling its mysteries. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, the click of the shutters providing a rhythmic backdrop to the solemn proceedings. As she surveyed the room, her keen gaze caught on details that whispered of secrets untold: a partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, a room frozen in time with the absence of its inhabitant. The medical examiner's examination revealed no obvious cause of death, no visible wounds or signs of struggle. Yet the terror etched into Catherine's features spoke volumes, a silent scream frozen on her face that begged for answers. Catherine, an art appraiser known for her keen eye and meticulous nature, had led a life steeped in authenticity. Her colleagues spoke of her uncanny ability to discern the true from the false, a talent that now seemed to have led her down a path of darkness. The investigation took a chilling turn when security footage from the costume shop unveiled a cryptic encounter. The cashier's confusion, the owner's denial, it all pointed to a truth that eluded easy comprehension. The origins of the mask remained shrouded in mystery, its presence a harbinger of unseen forces at play. Forensics uncovered microscopic fibers on Catherine's fingertips, a clue that hinted at a struggle unseen. The fibers, a blend of human hair and an enigmatic organic substance, defied identification, pointing to a realm beyond the ordinary. Records of similar deaths stretched back through the annals of time, each victim linked by the acquisition of a peculiar mask and the silent horror that awaited them. The retired detective's revelation of ancient symbols hidden within the masks hinted at a dark ritual of soul transference, a macabre dance that spanned centuries. A breakthrough came with the discovery of Catherine's journal, a testament to her descent into a world of shadows. Her frantic scribblings spoke of a malevolent presence, of a mask that watched and waited, its insidious purpose slowly revealing itself. The detective pieced together the fragments of a puzzle too bizarre to be believed: the strange fibers, the ancient symbols, the pattern of deaths that defied logic. The ultimate cause of Catherine's demise, revealed to be a fatal heart attack induced by sheer terror, left more questions than answers in its wake. Surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor unveiled a chilling truth: a figure, shrouded in darkness and wearing a mask akin to Catherine's own, moving with an uncanny familiarity that chilled the blood. The hunt for the missing mask began, a race against time to prevent another tragedy from unfolding. Months passed before whispers of a peculiar mask resurfaced in a distant vintage shop, its allure drawing in an unsuspecting buyer. By the time investigators arrived, the mask had slipped through their grasp, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The case, officially unsolved, lingered like a specter in the detective's mind, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of reality. Catherine's journal, a silent testament to her harrowing journey, now rested in the confines of a desk drawer, a warning of what lay beyond the veil of the known. And so the mask remained at large, a malevolent force biding its time until it found its next unwitting host. In the stillness of the night, the detective would awaken, a shiver running down her spine as she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her. She locked her windows, secured her doors, and prayed that the mask would never find its way to her, its hunger for souls insatiable and eternal. Story 25. She had decided to give the nursery a fresh coat of paint before the new arrival. The walls bore a worn-out blue hue, a color that seemed to hold secrets from years gone by within its layers. As the brush glided over the first stroke of white paint, something unexpected emerged from beneath a faint glimpse of letters, slowly becoming sharper and more defined, a message hidden beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her throat as she took a step back, and that's when she noticed them tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, too high up for any child to have reached. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the starting point of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home just a few months earlier at a surprisingly low price. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, omitting any mention of the property's ominous past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, her notebook at the ready. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles framed her eyes, betraying her lack of sleep in recent days. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the eerie message and the mysterious handprints. The previous owners vanished suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors claimed they left in the dead of night with just a few belongings packed into their car. With each creak of the historic home's floorboards under her feet, Detective Klein made her way through the house. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the cryptic message still faintly visible where the painting had been abruptly halted. Beside it, 5 small handprints marked the wall, their placement at the height of an adult's shoulders. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records. The house had changed owners 8 times in the span of 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Each family had stayed for less than 2 years. Even more unsettling were the reports of child welfare issues filed for 3 of those families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and the sensation of being watched as they slept. The detective delved deeper, acquiring construction records and historical documents. It was revealed that the house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who had operated a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings mentioned 5 children who had gone missing from her care. At that time, authorities assumed they had run away, a common fate for orphans of that era. Upon Eleanor's passing, workers renovating the house stumbled upon a sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall. Inside, they found children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and clothes, but no traces of the children themselves. The case faded into obscurity, buried within dusty archives. Interviews with former residents unveiled a chilling pattern. Each family with children recounted inexplicable events, toys rearranged overnight, the echo of childish laughter in empty corridors, and crayon drawings appearing unexplained on the walls. Most brushed off these occurrences as mere figments of imagination until the ominous writings surfaced. The message varied slightly in each retelling. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always unearthed during nursery repainting. A forensic linguist compared the writing to samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals, confirming a match. More unsettling were the handprints, consistent in size and placement over the decades, despite different children residing in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's size. As the workers broke through the concrete, a grim revelation unfolded. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated that the children had met their demise during Eleanor's occupancy of the house. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had purportedly run away. The detective ordered luminol to be sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall, concealed beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Countless handprints at varying heights, as if the children had been attempting to escape. Eleanor's journals, uncovered from county archives, exposed her twisted beliefs. She held the conviction that orphan children possessed a unique spiritual energy. By confining them in the clandestine room, she believed she could draw upon their life force to prolong her own existence. The children had etched their warnings into the walls using their fingernails and bits of metal, hoping that future occupants would uncover their tragic fate. The case concluded with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways but as victims of murder. Following this unsettling closure, the house stood deserted, the pregnant couple refusing to set foot inside even to retrieve their belongings. Detective Klein submitted her final report, which included photographs of the luminol illuminated handprints and the hidden message beneath the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the initial victims, an inexplicable presence lingered within that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were eventually torn down during the cleanup process, yet workers reported hearing whispers of children emanating from the debris. None were willing to return after their shifts ended. The house was later deemed uninhabitable, becoming another cold case stored in a dusty filing cabinet, a tangible symbol of closure, but with spiritual enigmas that would forever remain unanswered. The detective kept one photograph from the investigation, a haunting image of 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a poignant reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks that no amount of fresh paint can conceal. Story 26. The apartment exuded an aura of age, its walls holding secrets whispered through the groaning heating system and rattling pipes. To her, it had always been just the usual sounds of an old building settling in for the night, until she heard it. A voice, faint yet distinct, floated through the vents like a haunting melody. It wasn't the typical background noise of neighbors or the building's creaks and moans. This voice was different. It whispered, calling out her name in a tantalizing manner. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. A rush of icy air brushed past her cheek, and then almost teasingly, the voice spoke again. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself standing in the heart of the empty apartment, a sense of quiet mystery enveloping her as her eyes fixated on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team meticulously combed through the space, capturing every detail with their flashing cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace for a week, until a peculiar odor alerted the building manager. What they uncovered within the labyrinth of ventilation ducts left them baffled. Officer Patel recited from his notes about Alina's claims of hearing voices through the vents, which had been dismissed as mere product of an old building's quirks. Shaw knelt by the vent, noticing the deep scratches surrounding it, evidence of a desperate attempt to break free from the confines within. The markings were raw, primal, like someone fighting to escape from within the walls. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing houseplants, had a life that seemed ordinary on the surface. Yet her disappearance hinted at a darker narrative. Her sister revealed during an emotional interview that Alina had been plagued by paranoia in her final days, convinced that unseen eyes watched her every move through the vents. Shaw surveyed the apartment anew, observing the meticulous arrangement of the room, the untouched bed, the lone coffee mug in the sink, and the chair positioned beneath the vent as if awaiting a listener. As the investigation unfolded, startling revelations came to light. Fibers from Alina's clothing were discovered in the vent, along with a foreign fingerprint on the internal side of the cover. Chilling audio recordings from Alina's phone showcased eerie exchanges, with a mysterious voice beckoning her into the unknown. Delving into the history of the building, Shaw unearthed a disturbing pattern. Previous tenants had abruptly vacated, citing strange noises and unsettling experiences within the walls. Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent, remained a puzzle. His calm demeanor faltered when questioned about the occupants of apartment 4B, hinting at a hidden truth he guarded closely. A breakthrough came when a concealed passage was found in Alina's bathroom, leading to a network of hidden maintenance tunnels that snaked through the building. Within this clandestine realm, a cache of belongings hinted at a clandestine observer, someone who had been living within the walls, watching, waiting, whispering. Upon searching Weber's residence, the team discovered a meticulously organized collection of audio recordings and covertly taken photographs, exposing his obsessive fixation on Alina and previous tenants. His arrest shed light on a twisted reality, where he believed he was a conduit for the building's voice, drawing victims into his web of delusion. Weber's trial exposed a dark tapestry of manipulation and obsession. His facade of sanity crumbled as evidence of his meticulously orchestrated schemes came to light. The jury swiftly rendered a verdict guilty on all counts. Yet Weber's parting words to Shaw echoed with an unsettling confidence, a conviction that his whispers would linger long after his confinement. The apartment building now stands silent, a monument to past horrors. Despite attempts at renewal, whispers persist in the walls, a haunting reminder of the darkness that once lurked within. The groans of the heating system and the rattling pipes weave a spectral symphony, a testament to the lingering presence that refuses to fade away. Residents come and go, each carrying with them the weight of unseen eyes and whispered secrets, unable to shake the sensation that they are never truly alone in the embrace of the old building's walls. Story 27. The weathered envelope with its aged corners and faded yellow hue contrasted sharply with the pristine freshness of the postage stamp, as if it had been sent just moments ago. With a delicate touch, the detective unfolded the envelope, revealing a single sheet of paper inside. The message, typed in a hurried and uneven font, simply read, "I am sorry for what I did." A subtle dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that the detective noticed a reddish smear along the bottom edge of the paper, a chilling revelation that sent a shiver down their spine. This was no ordinary ink stain. Detective Sarah Morgan, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision, carefully placed the letter into an evidence bag. The forensics team had already confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was indeed human blood, and it matched the DNA profile from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been brutally murdered in her own apartment, her body bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered a grim tableau hinting at a connection to the story she had been investigating. Despite exhaustive interviews and countless hours of investigation, the case had gone cold, leaving a lingering sense of frustration in its wake. And now this ominous letter had arrived, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The lack of fingerprints on the paper and envelope suggested a careful sender, one who had taken precautions to remain anonymous. But the postmark offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to pull in the tangled web of mystery that surrounded the case. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board, the stark words standing out in the somber atmosphere. "This changes everything," she declared, her voice low and filled with a mix of determination and trepidation. "Our killer is reaching out to us, whether in remorse or manipulation." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in the investigation, studied the letter thoughtfully. "It could be a ploy," he offered, his gaze unwavering. "A calculated move to play with our emotions." As the forensics team delved into the unique impression patterns left by the typewriter, a relic from a bygone era, the detectives found themselves tracing the threads of Rebecca's life once more. Her editor painted a picture of a relentless journalist, unafraid to uncover the dark truths lurking beneath the surface. Her latest assignment had led her down a path of intrigue and danger, delving into the secrets of a powerful family entrenched in local politics. The recent demise of the family patriarch had only added fuel to the fire, igniting tensions and suspicions among his heirs. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed a subtle shift in his demeanor, a crack in his facade that hinted at hidden truths. She was afraid, he confessed, his eyes clouded with regret. She knew someone was watching her, following her every move. As the investigation unfolded, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message and a chilling confession. The sender's words hinted at a web of deceit and betrayal, woven with threads of greed and fear. The trail led the detectives to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted his eldest son, Richard, a man whose polished demeanor belied a darker truth. A meticulous search of Richard's estate uncovered a hidden chamber filled with incriminating evidence, clippings of Rebecca's work, surveillance photos, and the vintage typewriter used to craft the ominous letters. The blood analysis sealed the connection, linking the traces of blood to the slain journalist. But the true revelation came with the unraveling of a sinister alliance between Richard and Michael, a pact forged in shadows and sealed with blood money. The recordings provided by Eleanor, the youngest daughter of the family, captured the damning conversations that sealed their fate. In the hushed courtroom, as justice was served and the guilty were led away, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent gesture of solace in the face of unspeakable loss. The blood-stained letters, now stored away as reminders of a case that had shaken them to their core, stood as a testament to the power of truth and the weight of guilt that can unravel even the most carefully laid plans. The tale of Rebecca Warren became a cautionary tale, a lesson in the shadows that lurk beneath the surface of even the most polished facades. And in the quiet of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, the echoes of the case whispered a haunting lullaby of secrets unveiled and justice served.